Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome. We're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you all so much for joining us this morning. My name is David Doré, and I'm the president of the downtown and northwest campuses. We are so pleased that you're all here today. Downtown campus is hosting its third annual Ethnic, Gender, and Transborder Studies Summit, and it has truly, this is falling down, it has truly been an honor to host these events. The first event on campus over 3 years ago, titled Forging New Relationships, set the stage for institutionalizing ethnic studies in Arizona and the formation of a statewide articulation task force in ATF. Because of our work together, an Ethnic Studies ATF was formed, and it met for the first time last fall here at the downtown campus. Indeed, we have an exhibit of 3 resolutions on behalf of this ATF in the atrium right now. And I invite you to go read their powerful statements during the next break. If you haven't already, along with a poster and timeline exhibit tracing the historical development of ethnic, gender, and transborder studies over the past 18 years at the downtown campus. And next, I would like to welcome Miguel Flores Jr., who will perform our opening ceremony this morning. Miguel is a proud member of the Pascua Yaqui tribe and Tohono O'odham Nation, husband, father, artist, healer, counselor, and teacher. For the past 25 years, he has provided spiritual leadership and traditional medicine for Tohono O'odham Nation and Pascua Yaqui tribe. He has a 27-year career in behavioral health, providing services for the people, particularly youth. As the CEO and owner of his own business, Holistic Wellness Counseling and Consultant Services, he coordinates a team of traditional healers, acupuncturists, counselors, and artists to provide a holistic health care. So please welcome our opening ceremony.
Buenos días, good morning. You do better than that. Good morning. All right. Again, my name is Miguel Flores Jr., member of the Pascua Yaqui tribe, Tohono O'odham Nation. My parents are Miguel D. Flores, Rosalia Mendoza Flores. My maternal grandparents are Juan Mendoza, Emilia Mendoza. My paternal grandparents are Defina Flores, Felix Flores, and these are my relations. It's an honor to be here this morning to offer this opening prayer, this opening blessing, but that we may be able to start off this day with a good mind, good heart, good spirits, to be able to hear the good words that are going to be spoken today. So if I please have everyone stand up, I do a blessing of 4 directions. Make it rain. Just kidding. Please. I come to some man on the circuit spoken, Father. We thank you for this new day of life, which is blessed punish, Father. Thank you for the morning choke, the morning star, Father. We thank you for the fire in which we have our hearts, Father. We come to this home man on you with the second smoke to listen. The south. We come to some man on the circuit spoken, Father. We thank you for the elements of the south, Father. We thank you for the warm rains which are being away, Father, for the rains that bring life, the rains that bring growth, the rains that cleanse and heal us, Father. We thank you for our inner peace, our inner calmness, and our joy, Father. We come to the west. Father, thank you for the elements of the west, Father. Thank you for the dream world, flower, and town, Father. Guidance and your wisdom, Father. North. I'm just a man on you with the second smoke, Father. Thank you for the elements of the north, Father. We thank you for the cold winds which bring away, Father. We thank you for the white snows, Father. We thank you for the endurance which I teach, Father. Thank you for the lessons of life and death which you teach, Father. Grandfather, ask you to help us spiritually, physically. Take away any impurities, any toxins that might lie within us, Father. Father, we ask prayers for everyone here today, Grandfather, that they be able to hear the good word. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miguel. So before we proceed, I'd like to take a moment to recognize and introduce some of our special guests who are with us. First, I'd like to introduce our Pima Community College Board of Governors Chair, Damian Klinko, who is here today. And I'd like to introduce governing board members Mark Hanna, who is here. Governing board member Sylvia Lee. And governing board member Mr. Luis Gonzalez. And is Chancellor Lambert here? He's supposed to be coming, so we'll hopefully he gets here soon. Also, I'd like to introduce our provost, Dr. Dolores Duran Cerda, who is here in the back. I'd like to introduce Dr. Lorraine Morales, the president of the East End Community Campuses. And also, I'd like to do a special shout out to sociology students and their teacher, Megan Clark from Alta Vista High School, and they're in RV 170, so shout out to them. We have several professors from the University of Arizona here as well. Welcome. And we have, I saw one of my colleagues from the Maricopa Community Colleges here, Robert, and so forth. So welcome to all of our guests from the other colleges and universities throughout Arizona. And finally, I'd also like to really give a special appreciation to the many sponsors, work group members, students, volunteers, and others who really are about making today happen. Your belief in the importance of ethnic, gender, and transborder studies for our community made this event possible, so thank you very much to all of you. And you're going to have plenty of opportunities out in the atrium to look at some of the showcase. I was going to introduce Chancellor Lambert now, but since I don't see him in the room, we're going to move on to the next part of our program. So before we proceed to our keynote speaker, I'd like to give you a brief overview of the activities for the day. So this morning, we're going to have a keynote address followed by a question and answer session. There will be short breaks followed by a showcase of presentations. And you'll then break 1 hour for lunch served on the outside patio out there. It's a little warm today, so make sure you drink a lot of water. You can then return with your food to this room for a performance of Hola Systems, and then Provost Dolores Duran Cerda will help us reconvene at about 1:30 p.m. with a welcome and then instruct us in the afternoon workshops. The purpose of which is to get your ideas into the creation of a Center of Excellence for Ethnic, Gender, and Transborder Studies at Pima Community College. We greatly appreciate those of you who have committed to being here the full day and participating in these workshops. We will then hear reports from the workshop groups and engage in a question and answer session before the closing ceremonies. We have a wonderful lineup of scholars, authors, and students presenting this morning. These presentations are think pieces to showcase some of the multiple dimensions of ethnic, gender, and transborder studies, and to help prepare and inspire all of you for the afternoon's workshop. And now it is my great honor to introduce our keynote speaker for this morning. We are very excited and honored to have Dr. Angela Valenzuela here to kick off the showcase presentations with her keynote address. Dr. Angela Valenzuela is a professor in both the Educational Policy and Planning program within the Department of Educational Administration at the University of Texas at Austin and holds a courtesy appointment in the Cultural Studies in Education program within the Department of Curriculum and Instruction. She also serves as the director of the University of Texas Center for Education Policy. A Stanford University graduate, her previous teaching positions were in sociology at Rice University in Houston, Texas, as well as a visiting scholar at the Center for Mexican American Studies at the University of Houston. Shout out, my niece is going there in the fall. She is also the author of the award-winning Subtractive Schooling, U.S. Mexican Youth and the Politics of Caring, Leaving Children Behind, How Texas-Style Accountability Fails Latino Youth, and her most recent, Growing Critically Conscious Teachers, a Social Justice Curriculum for Educators of Latina Youth. Also, each of her books is on sale today. Sylvia is holding them up. They're on sale out in the atrium, and we'll be having a book signing out there with Dr. Valenzuela at 5 p.m. But I'm sure that she would be happy to maybe sign it at lunch if you can talk to her. She also founded and operates an educational blog titled Education, Equity, Politics, and Policy in Texas. Dr. Valenzuela also directs the National Latino Education Research and Policy Project that aims to create a teacher education pathways for Latina youth nationally. With prior funding support from grants from both the Ford and Kellogg Foundations, this work builds on the efforts and advocacy of Latina education and business leaders nationwide. At the local level, she directs Academia Quatli, a partnership-based, community-anchored Saturday school with district-wide impacts in Austin, Texas. The title of Dr. Valenzuela's talk today is Growing Your Own Educators in Ethnic, Gender, and Transborder Studies. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Angela Valenzuela to Pima College.
Exhausted me hearing all of that. No, thank you so much. That was, just thank you so much. And it's so amazing to be here. And I just love to pieces my colleagues, Dr. Francisca James Hernandez and Dr. Rosalia Solorzano. Just love them to pieces. And then to find out that they've been doing these extraordinary things here and, establishing this department. If you haven't seen the timeline, I really appreciate timelines because a lot of work, a lot of thinking has gone into this. Yeah, and a shout out to all of you. Congratulations, for your new department, right, of Ethnic, Gender, and Transborder Studies. Thank you. And that's my beating heart, because just in Arizona, you have this department. I know you're in Tucson. I know that, but you're still Arizona, So I mean, this is groundbreaking, and so that's my beating heart. I wish it was, it moved, but when I first heard about it, I was so jazzed. So congratulations to you. It's so fun to have this new department. It's amazing. You can do so much with it, and I'll give you some ideas. You can take and pick and choose whatever works, but this is based on work that I've been involved in at multiple levels, national, state, local. I'm going to touch, as mentioned in the intro, the wonderful introduction by Dr. Dore is we have this local community-based effort, community-based organization called Nuestro Grupo. We organize the activities of Academia Cuautli. Cuautli means eagle, right? You've heard of Cuauhtémoc, right? And who was Cuauhtémoc? He was the last emperor, right? The last emperor of Tenochtitlan, and his name means descending eagle. And some would say that it was prophetic. We're talking about policy. I think policy is very important, liberating epistemology, and then just these discourses that surround us that are very important and that we think really help reframe and reshape education, which otherwise is just filled with all kinds of real technical kinds of discourses that objectify our children and frequently reduce them to a number on a piece of paper, oftentimes their test score. Right, and they objectify our children. They don't engage them authentically, their communities, their cultures, their languages, and so on. So these are like just kind of new kinds of terms, and it's not all of them, but it's to give you a flavor of discourses that are liberating and important and organic. They're organic. We like organic food, right? Yeah, well, this is organic, right? So this is a call to being organic. Third space, really community-centered, generational consciousness, acknowledging our elders, ancestral memory, history, recovery, grow your own educator, social justice, educational freedom, civil rights. We come from a deep history and connection to civil rights. Elder epistemologies, caring, familia, indigeneity, culturally relevant curriculum and pedagogy, policy, danza mexica, and roots. And so all of these will hopefully make sense really quickly soon. A word on policy. As I thought about like policy, people, I think their eyes glaze over oftentimes when they hear the word policy because they think it's a noun, right? They think it's a text, a law, a statute. But really policy is a verb. Policy is an action. Policy is people. Policy is power, right? And so we have to be, in our minds, always thinking about policy and doing the kinds of things that you're doing, as we all know, nationwide that you're doing in Arizona, is challenging policies right now currently with a teacher strike at the grassroots level. That's important. And that's one manifestation, one aspect of policy. It's movimiento, it's movement. And with the idea of it finding its way into actual law that affects us and affects you. So, I mean, there's different things that we're working on. It's happening across the country. If you haven't heard, you must know that there is an ethnic studies movement that has caught fire. It's just like amazing. It's inspiring. It's in California with Assembly Bill 2016, signed by Jerry Brown in 2016, created ethnic studies in the state of California. They're working on that, developing frameworks. There's a bill in Colorado right now for ethnic studies, so it's coming up next session. A bill, again, coming up in New Mexico for ethnic studies. In Arizona, of course, we're inspired. Okay, we're inspired by Arizona, but it's a long history, a long trajectory of trying to bring culturally relevant teaching and pedagogy into our schools. So it's not teaching books and content; it's teaching children, right? It's also pedagogically oriented to teaching and reframing teaching in not these objectifying ways, but in ways that engage, that treat children as authentic, living, breathing members of their communities that are of value and that have worth, and that can form the basis of a pedagogy that is emancipatory, that is liberatory. And so we're looking at right now in Texas and in all these places, in Ontario. Now, Ontario, have you heard about Ontario? Now they're going to be teaching in Canada Native American and Indigenous studies as part of the required course work in Ontario. So there's movimiento, there's movement. It's happening everywhere. In Minnesota, there's activity. In Oregon, it's a law now that requires ethnic studies as something that one must take to graduate. And there's different definitions of ethnic studies, and we can talk about that in Q&A if you want, but I mean, just real quickly, it can be like kind of thematic, dealing with the different groups, maybe aligned to, African American month or, Hispanic Heritage Month or whatever. Or it can be sort of single group approach, which, many of us argues, since these are respected fields that are many, many years old, really develop that level of depth and attention. So you had that, right, in the Tucson Independent School District, and I did testify last summer in the court case that resolved matters, helped resolve matters, but of course it's your local community that, and they're here in this room, that advocated quite forcefully and under difficult circumstances for respect and integrity, and of course the continuance of the curriculum. I'm looking at our colleagues there. A shout out to our sheroes and heroes here. Norma and I think Yoli, and can you stand up, Saulito, the teachers that were involved in the lawsuit? If you can please stand up, and yeah, woo! And so, I hope that you appreciate them. They are national heroes and sheroes. And when we think about how you create an agenda, I'm in policy, okay? I work with the Texas Center for Education Policy. I work at the state level mostly. But policy is at all levels. It's at local, district, university, right? It's state, national. And it's really good to be skilled across all of those levels. Very difficult, but at least several of those levels, because then you can be an agent of change. You know what it is to testify before the school board, to meet an agenda, to be involved in local politics, to move an agenda at the state level, and to understand the interplay. So this bottom line here, local, district, school board, state, and national. So nationally, we're all connected, and this is what's amazing, the amazing opportunity that we have now, particularly because what happened in Arizona, it came from the grassroots. It's always come from the grassroots, and it inspires, it motivates, it nourishes what is being offered. It's that precious knowledge, right? That is it's just waiting for us to integrate, to incorporate in a meaningful way that is anchored in the history and the roots of our communities. Scope is an issue that I'm always dealing with because I'm in policy, and people get into policy. They come into our program at UT Austin because they've been in the classroom, many of them, and now they want to be involved in sort of broader efforts at change, more systemic, more global, maybe state level. And so I'm always concerned about that. But in policy, one also has to appreciate the interplay between the local and the other levels, right? So it's not like if you do the local, that you're not having any impact at the state level. Or vice versa, if you only focus on the state level, that you're not having any impact on the local. And in fact, there's an interplay. One of the reasons that we've moved away from the high stakes testing right now under Common Core and the latest articulations is because of all of the struggles at the state levels. And so if you see, Arizona responded to Virginia, well, that's that interplay, right? And Texas now is moving in the direction of Arizona. We'll see what happens. But it's that interplay, and that's how you shift an agenda. It's very dynamic. It's not just at one level that one can impact. And it doesn't mean you have to be skilled at all those levels, but within your community and your organizing spaces, you have to have those capacities, right? Someone has to be able to navigate and translate the march into policy, right? And to also make sure that people involved in the marches and the mobilizations, the press conferences, are educated and informed on policies. So hidden hazards is resistant to change, policy as a weapon of mass destruction. I wouldn't ever suggest that policy is the end-all and be-all. Oftentimes, it's a distraction, right? Sometimes they have us arguing for all of these areas, and we see it every legislative session where we're just kind of siloed into fighting against immigration, like 26 bills, right? And all of the energy, and we have to fight them. I'm not saying that we don't fight them, but if we had the level of activity in the immigration hearings at the state capitol as we had in education, I think it would be a different dynamic. But because our attention is absorbed, and it must be absorbed because our community's life is at stake, right? And these are ethical kinds of issues to support, the Texas DREAM Act, to support a legislation that is helpful to our communities, and mostly to kill bad bills, right? Because it's more bad bills that come forward. So we're always on the defensive. But what that means is that we're being distracted, right? And so I was involved in high-stakes testing for many, many years. Since it first, appeared in Texas, I was involved in a court case there as well. And after 17 years of fighting high-stakes testing, and things, I think things have shifted in a good way. But after 17 years, I felt like that on reflection, we had to fight this, and it was important, and Texas is an important state to impact in these ways. We eliminated high-stakes testing, not tests, but high-stakes testing for third graders in the state of Texas, which was a significant accomplishment. We've impacted graduation requirements so that more kids are graduated, not solely on the basis of test scores. That's significant. But what I've realized in 17 years of giving my time to that I wasn't creating, right? It was always reacting. I wasn't creating. I wasn't part of an opportunity where we can really, build and identify the kind of spaces and educational system that we need to have. So that's what this talk is about. This is like 17 years. It's the aftermath. during that 17-year, not all of it, but much of that time period, most of it, I've been involved at the national level, and this is NELRAP, and this is the National Latino Education Research and Policy Project. I'll be selling the book. The proceeds go to help us, our organization, so we appreciate your support. But also, I want you to know that Arizona has been part of NELRAP since the beginning. This is probably like my fourth talk I've given here on our work. Dr. Luis Moll, the late Richard Ruiz, now Julio Camarota's on the board. And so the idea has been for a long, long time to grow our own educators. So part of this, this convening today, as I understand it, is to reignite the conversation. And now Pima College is a new actor in the mix. And so I think there could be really interesting possibilities here. And grow your own educators is simply, like creating pathways into teaching. In our case, in Austin, Texas, we need bilingual education teachers, we need ethnic studies teachers, and so we're working with the College of Education and I'll show you a visual that shows how we're trying to envision this pathway so that we can not only foster brown and indigenous epistemological students into brown schools, but actually to build community and to build something that's sustainable far into the future. Those are really important, sustainability. And I've learned a lot throughout this process. We have sites in Sacramento, Milwaukee, Chicago, Brooklyn, and Dallas. Sacramento, they just got $2.5 million Department of Education grant for their Grow Your Own effort. Department of Ed. I mean, this is like right now, that's one of our sites. Another site in Dallas got just as much money from the Meadows and HEB, Meadows Foundation and HEB, to create a bilingual education superhighway, teacher superhighway for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. And they have really, really great stuff that they're working on at the University of North Texas, Dallas. So Austin, Academia Cuautli, Eagle Academy is the most recent site, right? In Arizona, pues muy bienvenidos, you're very welcome. This is how we got going locally. So at the national level, I figured out, we had Ford and Kellogg funding, and so I was able to go around the country to all of these sites I just mentioned, and to seed partnerships and memoranda of understanding, and throughout that process, I got a really good sense of what needed to happen locally. All of a sudden, this opportunity came open. And I thought, okay, well, this is how we're going to do it. It's because I already had in my head, through the experience, how it needed to be and how to do it. And how it needed to be, not that I would do it necessarily, I ended up basically doing it. But I knew that we had to be in the community. And so we had this opportunity with, we had a speaker, and we were going to have a community conversation around children's literacy of Mexicano, Latino children in East Austin. And so the idea was to have a conversation and bring all of these different people, different kinds of individuals. We had historians, we had archivists. I mean, there are children's book activists. I mean, they exist. I mean, there are children's book activists. We discovered them. So we were trying to figure out, well, what do we do? We've got this big problem, and I'm in policy, and so, well, should we address the state board? Or there's also politics with East and West Austin. West is the wealthy part of town, and East is the poor, segregated part of town. It's undergoing all kinds of gentrification, and now with ICE, it's pretty extreme because our community is being victimized by immigration. And so what came out of all of that was, well, let's develop a Saturday Academy. And it was held in a community space where that was one of the charter kind of ideas, notions in terms of what to do in a community space. So it really came together really well. And we had also a district champion, a leader, Dr. Pauline Dow, who helped us along the way. So we worked from 2013 to 2014, and we formed our organization, Nuestro Grupo. It's not very imaginative as a name, but we were so busy working that we just decided, we always say Nuestro Grupo, or our group. So we just, it stuck. So Nuestro Grupo is born, and and so what we have is, ever since 2013, every Wednesday night, like church, we have meetings every single Wednesday night. And for the first few years, it was to develop curriculum, to develop a mission statement, a brand, all of this stuff, right? and curriculum and to co-construct it, and it was to bring the scholars together with the curriculum writers, to align it to state standards, all the nice stuff, backwards design, Maslow's hierarchy, all of this stuff. This work, by the way, prepared me very well for the court case. It was so wonderful to feel prepared for the court case because of this work, this investment. And this is our vision: to honor our community's cultural heritage, to foster a social justice consciousness, and reclaim our identities in pursuit of educational freedom. You realize it's not academic freedom, because that references the academy. This is really educational freedom, which speaks to a lot of the issues that have to do with how our universities are not emancipatory spaces, and neither are our schools or our districts. Bilingual education should not be like a foreign concept, and we should have principles that lead in particularly a district that claims itself to be a dual language school district. And so there's a significant disconnect, and it has to do with, with priorities and staffing and mission that, it's a socio-political and social infrastructural problem. So we have to build the infrastructure, right? Or be part of it. It's not like we're heroes, but we're part of a progressive agenda for change. We're working part and parcel with our bilingual education teachers that are empowered. We have a movement that we're tapping into out of the bilingual education teachers. So we get regular support from the Austin Association for Bilingual Education in Austin, Texas. So before I go any further, I want to give you a sense of the Escuelita. It's a Saturday academy. It serves 4th and 5th grade children from Sanchez, Metzavala, Houston, and Perez elementary schools. I mentioned Cuautli is Nahuatl for eagle, and it's a symbol of resurrection and renewal. One of the things that we were concerned about early on in 2013, 2014 was, well, we're going to set up the Saturday Academy. What if they don't like us? What if they don't want to be with us? I mean, we want to, represent kind of a new way of being and doing things that's not school, but like is organic and community based and fun, right? And so we were very worried about that. And so what we decided, and we were very intentional, right? It's like, well, we have to be, intentional about renewal, right? And we have to be about social justice. I mean, it's not just something we talk about, but it's something that we do, right? And so there's a lot of things that we've done in that area. I mentioned the ICE raids, and so we've had know your rights kinds of sessions. We have ESL for our parents, and they take on projects that are of a social justice nature and of importance to them. We also work with our local community institution. It's called the MIS Barrientos, Mexican American Culture Center. You're welcome. Visit us anytime. We run roughly from October to the end of April. And so you're welcome to visit us anytime. But it's a symbol of resurrection and renewal. If you know anything about the eagle, they molt. Have you heard about that? They molt. So they lose about a third of their wings, right? And so they get very weak, and they can die because they're weak. They lose calcium, and so they go to high places. And if they prevail and if they don't get killed, they're transformed. And so look it up, Google it, and they're transformed, and they look like young birds. Well, we want to be young eagles, right? We want to be aguilitas. We want to be inspiring, right? And so in our meetings, we always begin with Floricanto. It was important to celebrate life's accomplishments. It's important to do that, right? And to live a life filled with gratitude, right? That's the secret to a happy life, and it has been renewing for us. Don't I sound excited? I'm real excited. I'm really happy to be here. I'm really, really happy. Maybe it was the prayer, the prayer in the copal just does something to me. Okay, so this is our 2-minute PBS video. Hopefully this works. So just click on the little eagle, yeah.
This news segment from KLRU brought to you by Texas Mutual Insurance.
Can you make it a large screen? For the most part, children in our public schools, and this isn't unique to Austin, they are not getting a curriculum that responds to their culture, their identities, their communities in ways that affirm who they are. Children that come to Academia Cuautli have an opportunity to learn these things and learn that they're not marginal, that they're actually members of communities that have roots that go all the way back to the original inhabitants of this continent. The idea was to really build on the district's current efforts. The Austin Independent School District has 60 plus schools that teach dual language, but there's really not enough curriculum right now. Because there aren't those basic kinds of materials, the community felt an urgency about bringing in resources that could be of use to our teachers.
Ni yo tampoco.
We are teaching exclusively in Spanish. The children right now are learning about migration, immigration, civil rights, and local history. A lot of children feel very alienated from school, particularly if they're immigrants. It helps them to feel connected to the larger curriculum. It becomes a bridge. Children at this level are studying the Greek gods and getting access to Texas history. And this is an opportunity to share from a grounded, rooted, historic standpoint what that culture, language, what the cultural arts are and have been for this community.
This local news segment was brought to you by Texas Mutual Insurance.
So that gives you a little flavor that this is Academia Cuautli. So it becomes this like kind of this space where we have these teachers, these teachers that come from the Austin Area Association from Bilingual Education. So we always have a pool. We're always drawing from a pool. We try to pair novice with expert teachers so that there's always learning that is happening and mentorship. And it's a formal contractual partnership. It's a legal partnership between our community-based organization, Nuestro Grupo, the city of Austin, where it's located, and also in our cultural center, and also the Austin Independent School District. And it's, as mentioned, in these historically segregated Mexican-American schools. We get Title I and Title III monies, right? And so the districts have those monies. It's our taxpayer dollars, right? So it's not like they're getting it, giving us anything. It's like we're claiming it, right? So we're claiming those monies, and but it's a negotiation. I mean, they also have their priorities. It's a relationship. One of the things that I learned from doing all of this work at the national level is that if you anchor the reform in a university or in a school district, well, there's a lot of movement. There's restructuring. There's reorg. So we've gone in 4 years, I guess 5 years now, through 3 major restructurings in the Austin Independent School District. And so that positions us to just kind of tell the next person what to do, right? Because we're the community, right? And so just because you're in the university doesn't mean you can't be in the community. It's just sort of like to kind of envision a different way of acting, right? In being in communion with others. And again, it's not just university people, but it's our elders, it's activists, it's parents, teachers that we work closely with. We also have NELRAP as our nonprofit, so we do raise a little bit of money to cover, especially like extraneous expenses, oftentimes related to our field trips. We take them to the Alamo, to the Texas State Capitol, to the Austin Powwow. We do a number of really wonderful things for the students so that they can know what those opportunities are within our communities and not grow up isolated, right? Even just within Austin, Texas. So we've got I say free space, but it's the contract. We get it's a result of the contract. We prepare teachers, we develop curriculum, and we have Floricanto. That's our Wednesday night service, right? I'm just kidding. It's not service, but it's really beautiful when we come together. It's just nice. We love each other. And it kind of helps me as a professor because I see a lot of students at the same time. We have masters and doctoral students, undergraduate students, and I pretty much see them every Wednesday night. And so there's constant mentoring and support. And then they come up with their own ideas and they take on initiative because, when you feel valued, when you feel cherished, when you feel loved, you're going to be productive, right? I know I do. I know I am. When I'm in a space where I feel valued, cherished, and loved, I'm just more productive. I'm happier, right? That's what subtractive schooling is about, by the way. So this is our curriculum. It's really wonderful, co-constructed, iterative. We make improvements, and we have all these wonderful field trips. A word on practice. When we think about practice, it's often in these institutional ways. I mean, it can include a co-constructed curriculum. It does always include teacher preparation. It can include addressing policies at multiple levels, but it's oftentimes just kind of limited to these institutional definitions. And I want to convey something deeper in the context of community. It's really about decolonizing ourselves. It's about decolonizing children in our communities. It's about liberating epistemologies, which is a fancy word for ways of knowing, right? I mean, when we think about ways of knowing, why isn't sacred part of how we know, how we walk, how we be in the world? Why isn't sacred? Why isn't joy part of that? There's like a lot of stuff that's not part of what's an everyday sense of how we act in the world. I mean, why isn't love and caring and you know, like comunidad and community just sort of part of the natural kind of conversation about children? Why does it have to be, you know, I mean, you know, this technical discourse that's so demeaning, right? It's so demeaning, and it's something that our communities never ever will be able to overcome within that discourse. I mean, I'm talking about the achievement. I mean, the achievement gap doesn't inspire. I mean, excuse me, that doesn't inspire at all. I mean, to think that we have to eliminate the achievement gap, to think that we have to do, you know, all these tests and treat these children in all these ways that that actually separate us from them rather than bring them to us. So. I'm not very optimistic about what can be accomplished in, I'm being very frank with you, either in university or in district spaces. We have to take it to the community. That's what we're advocating for within LREP, because we see that that's where the discourses are free. And that's what our teachers tell us. They can't even speak Spanish in the teacher's lounge, in a dual language school, because their discourse is in jail. Well, you know what? If your language is in jail, if your discourses are in jail, if your identity is in jail, your culture is in jail, I think you're in jail, right? I mean, you're basically in jail. So, you know, we would have never had access to danza mexica ever had we stayed within the school. I mean, maybe, but, and it would have been a real different kind of entry point. And one thing about danza, it doesn't even mean dance, it means ceremony, right? Do you ever hear the word ceremony once? You know, we heard it this morning, I think. You know, but that's like, it shouldn't be like once in a blue moon. It should just be how you be and how you are in the world. We should live life ceremoniously and in gratitude, right? I'm starting to preach here, so. Starting to preach. So it's deeper, right? It's really like just liberating all of these ways of knowing and being in the world. If we're not about that, then we're part of the institution. All right? All right. So our curriculum is, you know, really, really fun. The children, this is an example that you're going to get in a minute of what can happen. This was like day one of Academia Cuautli. This was last year. And the lesson was a children's book. It was Emma Tenayuca, written by Carmen Tafoya, and I think it's titled "It's Not Fair, No Es Justo." And if you know the story of Emma Tenayuca, she was a Tejana from Texas, a pecan sheller young girl who ends up becoming a labor movement leader. And her father raised her to be conscientious and thoughtful about social justice, and that whenever there was something unjust, that she needed to do something about it. So the lesson was about not just knowing about social justice, but doing something about it. And then secondly, and just as importantly, about voice, telling all of these children. This is the lesson that they got that morning. This was day one of our day one of the school year, of our Academia Cuautli school year last year. And so it's like, well, you got a voice, right? You got a voice, so you got to use it. And everybody has a voice. And so, I'll show you real quickly. It's another quick video. I'll explain to you in a little bit. So the kids, yeah, that's good. That's good. So the reason the children were protesting here is that the maestro, the teacher, he got some Reese's Pieces and he divided up to half of the kids and the other half didn't get it. And so the kids that got it, they were like chowing down. And the other ones that didn't get it, they were really sad. And so he told them, well, you have a voice. And so that's what you saw. They decided to strike. And no one even told them to, you know, to say huelga, to say strike, strike, strike. It just came out of the literature. This is like organic, right? And then what was really cool is that those little girls, they just went to the front, started fist pumping, carrying they were at the picket line, right? They were carrying our Academia Cuautli banner. So, I mean, this is what you can do with an emancipatory curriculum and have a lot of fun in the process. So to date, we've prepared about 100 teachers to teach the curriculum. I talked about systemic impacts. Well, you can do local work and have systemic impacts. So our curriculum is available right now throughout the whole Austin Independent School District in grades 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 11. So any teacher in the district can draw it down. We find that the teachers that... You can't hear me? I feel like I'm yelling. Wait, there's another room? Oh my gosh. Hello? Sorry about that. I apologize. I'll speak louder. I'm very soft-spoken, okay, so I'll project. So, yeah, we've just wanting to make changes. This is my frustration, right? It's like, well, how can we make all of these impacts? And we want them to be major, right? And so, well, we developed something for the district. And what's really nice then is that you get into a reciprocal relationship with the district, and they want to do for you, right? And so now, because of that reciprocal relationship, we've also been able to get ethnic studies passed in the Austin Independent School District. And so this year, we prepared and worked with, I worked very closely on the curriculum, but also with the teachers in 8 schools. I think we have a summer institute coming up, but next year ethnic studies will be taught in every single high school in the Austin Independent School District, so we're really, really excited about that. Thank you so much. And we're part of like a large network in the state of Texas that's working on trying to get the State Board of Education to offer and teach Mexican American studies. I won't go into that because that's pretty, we're in the middle of a pretty significant battle. It's on my blog, okay? So, and I don't want to get distracted because the whole thing makes me angry. But we are making progress. We are having an impact. And again, we're very inspired by Arizona. And, we're very inspired. I mean, Academia Cuautli, when we came together, one of our first conversations was about Arizona and how we didn't want Texas to go in that direction. Well, Texas is not far behind, right? But unfortunately, but it inspired us. So when I talk about grow your own, this is what it means for us, and this is just a draft. But for us, it means now we have a 5th school, Perez, but going from our 5 schools, having the children get our curriculum in the 4th grade. So the jagged lines are the curriculum, right? So then they go into the 3 middle schools, then they go into 2 high schools, and then we bring them into the University of Texas Bilingual Education Program or into the Urban Education Social Studies program at the secondary level, and they go back either into the high school or secondary or into the elementary school in District 2 to be our children's teachers. So this is all very local. It's focused on a particular district, so that we can grow our own educators. And the research is in the book, Growing Critically Conscious Teachers. You tap into a motivation that's very important, and it's a motivation that wants to give back to the community. It's the motivation that is manifested by your Mexican American Studies and Ethnic Studies teachers here. And it's part of a community agenda for change, and it's a really beautiful thing to be involved in that. I mean, there's a lot of detail, but one idea, we're not there yet. Next year, it's our beginning cohort will be in the 8th grade, but one idea would be to begin finding them. It's really tough because of gentrification. They're really like being, it's just a hard time for our community right now, but we're trying to find them and offer them this opportunity. So that they can come into the University of Texas, maybe into bilingual ed, and the district, I already talked to HR, and they said, yeah, we could do this. What we could do is have them work for 20 hours, but pay them for 30, so that they can be paraprofessionals throughout the time period that they're in school and get their way paid. And so then it's familiar to them upon graduation, and then we would ask, I don't know, it's just, maybe, I don't know, 4 or 5 years of commitment from them. What we're finding is that our teachers are very motivated and excited, and it's not like you have to wait like a lifetime for all of this to happen. As a result of being in our Wednesday meetings, we're growing our own PhDs. We're growing our own master's students. I think we have now 10 that some of who have graduated or will graduate, all of them with master's and mostly doctoral degrees in education. Yeah. So You know, so just the act of being in the community is really what inspires. Like I said, I mentioned the advising. It's like intense, and you know, it's a relationship. It doesn't even feel like I'm advising. It feels like we're just having a lot of fun. But you know, the idea is to create this, you know, dynamism. They got really amazing money to do this in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, to have their Grow Your Own program. I think that there's philanthropic dollars, people that are interested in something different, something new, and people tend to align to something that has organic behind it, right? So this is what we're trying to do. And these are just different images, and it shifts. People are in and out, you know, there's some semesters they can't make it to the meetings, and some people only come to the Nuestro Grupo meetings, you know, which is neat because they're not even involved in the academy, but they want to be part of a community. And the Nuestro Grupo meetings, we actually do a lot of things, besides only, and it's a lot, address the academy, but you know, we're involved in school board kinds of discussions and politics, and we're involved in city level politics. We're involved in the Texas State Legislature. We're sort of, you know, like these intersecting spheres of activity and influence. So we get reports. That's the Eagle's vision, by the way. The Eagle has the 360 degrees, so I don't have to know everything, thank God. But with the Eagle, you do know everything, and you have each other's back, because the Eagle is singular in its ability to see that bird's eye view from the highest peaks, right? Just that amazing vision. And so we have that Eagle's vision. So Academia Cuautli empowers teachers and students, because sometimes you will think, okay, Academia Cuautli, we're doing everything for the students, but for me, like I said, I feel like I'm learning. I feel like I'm a teacher, but also learning so many things. And what's really neat is to see the teaching and how all of us are in the room. We all want to, it could be a children's book, but we all want to know about Emma Tenayuca. You know, we all want to know about the Alamo and Texas history, about our indigenous heritage. And so it's really beautiful to see the parents, when they're not in ESL, because we have that too, but you know, we're all there learning. We're all just, you know, part of the instruction, directly and indirectly. This is the Alamo trip, and what they get at the Alamo is a really different perspective on Tejano history. What they get is that, you know, the part of the history that's more recent, since, you know, the war with Mexico, is the smallest part of our history. Right? And so these ideas of race, nation state, racism, Texas, United States, those are all modern constructions, right? Those are modern. That's not really even, that just comes close to the longest part of our history. And the mestizaje, you know, the mixture is a deeper mixture, right? So there were Tlaxcalans at the Alamo. There, you know, there's the Nahuatl, and before then there was the Coahuiltecans, right? So it's a very, we're part of Coahuila, greater Coahuila, right? So it's a different geography that is quite emancipatory, because it helps our kids to feel like they're not strangers, right? They're not foreign. And in NELRAP, you know what we're trying to envision? I mean, just, you know, drawing from Homi Baba and Emma Perez is this decolonial imaginary. Well, why can't you be a home for our community? And why can't we be a home for your community, right? Because we're home. We never left. Right, so why can't we be each other's homes? I feel at home here. I figure if I got, you know, exiled from Texas, I would have a home here, or in New Mexico, or in California, and a lot of parts of the Southwest, Colorado, right? And it's such a beautiful feeling, but not everyone understands that or connects to that, and so we try to convey that to our students, that you're always home, right? You never left home. Aquí estamos, si no nos vamos, right? You've heard that before, right? So the epistemology of the circle, I've already talked about the 360-degree vision of the circle, and so danza invokes this idea of being together as a community. Circles are important to the natural world, the sun, the moon, the earth. They're circles with the earth side inside the circles of the sun and the moon. In a circle, all can see each other, and no one is greater or lesser. All are equal. So we really value the circle. We're all equal in the circle, and that's indigenous. There's a lot to gain that's so powerful and important from an indigenous epistemology, including the concept of the circle and the equality of the circle that you see in the danza. Another thing that I really like from an indigenous perspective is intention. right? So what is your motivation? You know, where is your heart? Why are you here? Why are you in teaching, right? And I would just say, if you're not experiencing the joy, then think about, think about it. Think about that, because you should be experiencing the joy. Well, it's we're oppressed in their struggle. There's joy in the struggle, right? I mean, there's triumph in the struggle. The act of protesting is triumphant. Congratulations, Arizona. Do you feel encouraged? Okay. Danza represents, and this comes from Ernesto Colin, who has an amazing book, if you haven't read it, on Mexica education. Danza represents not only a form of dance that is integral to ceremony, but also a view that is rooted in ancient Mesoamerican history. The performance acquaints the danzante with not only a different way of knowing, because through danza and ritual, one enacts its coalescing egalitarian values, but also a different way of being in the world through the tangible experience of connectedness to all others, as well as to something much larger than all danzantes combined, a moving habitat that danza inspires. And so our jefa, our maestra de la danza, is Rosa Tupina Yautonalcuautli, and she comments that our abuelos and our abuelas, our grandparents, were very wise and intelligent, and they created danza to acknowledge the importance of the circle and all that it teaches us in order to live our lives harmoniously, peacefully, and in a balanced, everyday way. The idea of the line was a way to control indigenous people. Get in line, right, is a colonial practice, and yet we practice that all the time. Get in line, forming your lines. That was exactly how indigenous people were controlled, I mean, since the beginning of the conquest, because the circle was so powerful, right, and it created community and it built trust. Well, you can't have a circle if you're going to be conquering people, right? You can't have that. And so, I mean, that's important to just think about, because our lives, our pedagogy, our instruction every day is so much about getting in line. And even for us, ourselves, we're real governed as teachers, as professors, and for us, it's also kind of, staying in your lane and being in line, right? In different ways, right? And so that's interesting. It's interesting to think about that these are really colonial constructs. So this is a teacher. So the educational system devalues the culture of the minorities, and then you have the Academia Cuautli honor it. So I think for me, that's very powerful. And they do it every day. Saturday, like Dr. Valenzuela mentioned about the danza. So danza, it's another way to honor we don't see it. I think this is the first time that I have seen the students taking like danza lessons and embedded those into the curriculum. So for me, that's very powerful, right? So we're all learning. Again, I didn't know. I thought danza was dance. I didn't know it was ceremony. So in bringing Rosa Tupina, we ended up bringing in the Hocalpuli, and so it's like for them, it's their ceremony. And so it becomes even just, automatically, just overnight, this large community. And so we've even recently had Temazcal, what a Temazcal is, a sweat, and we've done that for a couple of times as our teachers retreat. So we're decolonizing teachers retreat, and we're calling it healing, which is what we need. We all need healing in this age of, just attacks and suffering in our communities. A number of our teachers are DACA teachers, and they're re-traumatized. A lot of them are just re-traumatized. It's been severe, what we've been going through. And so the temazcal, the sweats, the singing, the drumming, the songs are so healing and beautiful. And I know indigeneity is a very complicated thing, and I know it's complicated for us. It's not even that simple, and I don't pretend for it to be simple. And it's negotiated. At the end of the day, it's like we could have gone with some other indigenous group, but it was Rosa who was ready to do the work. And that's how a lot of things work out in life. It's like whoever's ready to do the work and to be our children's teacher and to provide a vision for our community. I think she basically named us Academia Cuautli because she said that we were like the eagle. We want to have an analysis and we want to have that bird's eye view, but we don't want to get lost, right, in all the distractions in the stratosphere that are attacking children's attention and even our attention as adults. We want to be thoughtful and focused and have that laser-like accuracy to be the agents of change, to promote good policies, to kill bad ones. and to offer an emancipatory instruction as best we can. So this is the Tejano Monument field trip. This is on the grounds of the Texas State Capitol, and that's really a neat monument if you've not seen it. And that monument exists because of our community in Texas. They wanted to be represented, and it was established in 2011. And so with a sculptor from Laredo, and that itself was its own 10 or 12 year or longer history. It was a very long history. And so our children, when they go to the Capitol, they see that first, and they're small, so maybe that's the first thing they've ever seen at the Capitol. And then they go to the other parts of the Capitol where there's guns and cannons and horses, and so they start asking the question, well, where's the children? And, you know, where's the women? You know, where's the family? And then they go inside the Capitol Rotunda, and it's a wall of white people, governors. And then they say, you know, and these are dual language kids. I mean, these are like, you know, Anglo and Mexican kids. And so, you know, I mean, what's complicated for us as adults is not complicated for kids, right? And so it's like, oh, gosh, you know, they're all white people. And, you know, it's like, we're supposed to be speaking Spanish, but, you know, they're white people, they speak English. And so it's like, well, I'm sorry, I feel sorry. And, you know, the little white kids telling the Mexican kids, I feel sorry for you. You know, it's like, this is not right. And the kids come back to school wanting to speak more Spanish and realizing it's not just because they're in Spanish school, but because it's part of Texas, right? They have this deeper connection to the language, right? White and, you know, and brown kids, the ones that are in the dual language summer program. That get our curriculum. But then they also get a sense of inequality related to gender, you know, related to class, and related to race. That's just like organic. You almost don't even have to teach it to them. You just have to take them on the tour. It's really cool. I love this image because this is little Joaquin, and he's so little, and he's with a maestro, and so they're doing, this is at the Mexican American Culture Center, and look at him, he's looking at his feet. And so you see that this is a moment of learning, and he's trying to learn the steps. And it's so beautiful to see the tutoring. And the danza, what I've learned is that it really is very democratic, and anyone can do the danza. You don't have to even know how to do it, but it's very, very egalitarian. And so, and there's a lot to know about it, a lot of instruction, a lot of knowledge, indigenous knowledge. Honoring family and cultural knowledge. So you see the parents here, the teacher, the child, and the parent is presenting with the child. Something that the child produced. Here is civil rights. I think you see Emma Tenayuca here in the lower right corner. And so they're learning about heroes and contributions that Mexican Americans have made, and Tejanos in particular have made to Texas history. That's important. Here is Floricanto, Martha Cotera. Some of you know Gloria Ansaldúa, so this is one of her maestras. This is Martha Cotera. She's the first published Chicana feminist. And Emilio Zamora, that's my husband, my partner in crime. He's a historian at the University of Texas at Austin, and he's our main curriculum writer. I mean, he develops the monograph, right? So he'll just develop like basically the curriculum that then the teachers take. They'll take the monograph and they'll convert it into objectives. It's, you know, standards aligned, district aligned, age appropriate, you know, for all of these grade levels. But you need someone to develop content, right? And it needs to be university-based, research-based. And so that's the role that he performs. And Martha Cotera is also, you know, an elder, very well respected. And so I think I fell in love with Emilio all over again when he at one of the Floricantos, he got all of these her writings together, he himself, and put them into this book, and gave them to her just because he loved her. And so she was so happy to have her writings. Probably she doesn't have anything like it, where it, you know, it's compiled into this book. And so I took a picture of them. I thought, oh, how sweet. No one's ever done that for me. Put my writings together in a book. I'm not asking anyone, okay, I'm not. You know, I wouldn't expect that. This sounds like a really, really, really time-intensive task. But he did that for her. So that's Emilio Zamora. And I'm going to end with a quote from him. And he was talking about recently, it was in this, again, this community context on the importance of Cuautli for our participating teachers. History, and he's a historian, okay, and our curriculum guru. History is essential. It's building on prior experiences and relationships. our lives are enriched and tightened up. We come to see ourselves as part of a historical trajectory. These connections are very important. The Tejano Monument was a 12-year process of reclaiming our history. Cuautli is the most recent expression of that long trajectory. Cuautli teachers experience hauntings of not being able to say what they want to say, what specifically contributes to that. We have a special group that promotes that makes teachers feel part of something bigger. Dignity is important as the quest for material gain. It's assured when you promote cultural values like social responsibility, trust, reciprocity, and other values. There's realization of a new space and change. Something stands out for them that gives them a sense of greater freedom. Organizations do not last long. Trust makes that happen. Movement that promotes cultural values is an additive space. The success of ethnic studies and Cuautli is the excitement. It's fulfilling. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Valenzuela. I'm very grateful for your inspiring presentation. So now we actually have some time for some questions. So there's a microphone up here, and we've got a few minutes if anyone has any questions for Dr. Valenzuela. And I know that, oh, yes. You want to come up to the mic so everyone can hear your question? Either that or maybe we can bring the mic down to you folks. Thank you, Mike.
Doctora, muchísimas gracias por la presentación. Thank you so much. I'm a native of South Texas, and I've been in Arizona 20 years now, doing work here. But my question is about the work that's being done at Academic Cuautli with respects to the representation of the Lower Rio Grande Valley, right? That's one of my, I'm from there, no?
Yeah.
And I see that there is a missing piece, so two parts here. The folks that are in Austin that you're working with, the familias, are they originally from Austin, multi-generational? Is it people that are moving through Texas that are recent arrivals? Is it a mix? And how is that representation of their histories, not just the core of Texas history, Matariayuca, El Alamo, et cetera, but those spaces that are sometimes forgotten, El Paso, por ejemplo, or the Rio Grande Valley, where it's not really represented as much?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great question. So first of all, we're part of a statewide network. We're called the National Association for Chicana Studies, Tejas Foco. So we have the parent organization. Maybe you've heard of NOX before, some of you. And then we have the Tejas Foco, which is the Tejas chapter. And you know, I mean, there's real benefits to living a good while, you know, and you get to know each other, and you deepen relationships and trust, and so we're very organized across the state of Texas. With Rio Grande, Rio Grande is knocking it out of the charts. They are a lot of MAS courses there that are dual credit, and so you've got UTRGV with Christopher Carmona. You've got a number of scholars. That we have a website. I think it's mastxeducation.edu, something like that. But you can Google Christopher Carmona and blog, and it'll come up. And so that's kind of a hub for finding out all the teaching that's being done at all the different levels with the curriculum that attaches to it. And so you'll see the dual credit curriculum. You'll see Cuautli there as part of that, it's a clearinghouse for what's being done in the state of Texas. And we have annual summits, annual conferences. We're having one on June 30th at Northwest Vista Community College in San Antonio coming up. And we'll be talking about State Board of Education politics and also curriculum development. And we've also challenged the State Board of Education pretty systematically on things that it's been doing that have not been, they have not been good for our community. And so, you know, we're all connected. Indigeneity is a real important thing that unites us all. And what's really nice about indigeneity is that it's like, you know, there's no borders there, right? It's hemispheric. It's a hemispheric perspective. I mean, beyond that, I'm really not sure, you know, like what exactly. I think we're covering probably what gets covered here in a number of your courses, which has to do with court cases, with civil rights history, with intersectionalities, white privilege. I mean, I think we're taking on the kinds of things that you're probably teaching here in the college or in the department of, it's EGS, right? It's called the EGS department, that's what y'all call it, right? EGS, in the EGS department. And so, I mean, it's very local, and we're not covering everything that we want to cover. There's other areas of curriculum that we definitely need to cover. But in terms of like, our philosophy is very place-based, right? So, and it's very democratic and very local. And so you're going to have it reflected in different ways. For us, the Mexica came into focus because of a local Calpulli that's close to our community center, our community arts organization. So it was very organic, right? And again, we had someone that was willing to take on the task. But it's not uncomplicated, no. I mean, some people were not happy at first, not too excited about going in that direction because they have other sangre, they have other blood, right? And we all have other blood that we identify. Well, I'm Apache, I'm, I'm Coahuiltecan, but in general, I mean, I think there's when we found out with our parents, who are mostly immigrant from Mexico, it resonates, right? And I think it even resonates in a way that's very deep and profound. So when we first developed a logo for Nuestro Grupo, I showed them. Let me see if I can show you. I mean, this is before we had our name. And it's funny how we gravitate almost automatically to the Mexica representation. So that's the concha, Nuestro Grupo. So that was our very first logo, the concha, which was the calling. It also means the wind, right? It has multiple meanings. And so we just saw ourselves as like the convocation, right? As the wind, as the calling. We were announcing our presence. So that was the symbol, and this was without any intellectual processing. It was just the one that came to us. And then, so you can't see it, but the baby eagle has that symbol in its heart. It's in the heart center of the eagle. So if we blew it up, you would see Nuestro Grupo in the heart center of the eagle. But the eagle came afterwards, right? Because of, again, this connection that was authentic, and it just resonated. And what we thought would be a problem for parents actually has not been a problem for parents at all. We were the ones with the hang-ups. Yeah.
Thank you. And I'll actually come to you if we have other questions.
Doctora Venezuela, gracias por haber estado con nosotros y gracias por haber compartido su sabiduría con nosotros. Thank you for being here, having been here and share your knowledge with us. I just point of clarification around the actual program, so that I understand a little bit. The target of the program, that is, who are going to become teachers, are they non-licensed? Are they the students? Are they classified staff? And do you get them from the community? I was wondering about that. I have a second part to that question, but you can, if you want to answer that first.
They are all certified teachers in the Austin Independent School District. And they're part of, I mentioned this other movement amongst the teachers. They have an annual conference, ABES Come Alive, and that comes from Proyecto Maestría. We had Dr. Deb Palmer, who was at the University of Texas. She was able to, with a grant, get a lot of our teachers that are from the community into the bilingual ed program. So that's Grow Your Own too, right? So that's also very organic. And in time, they became very empowered. One thing I didn't mention is that they're so empowered, they're so skilled. I mean, it's really wonderful, is that we need to begin imagining pathways into the principalship program, right? Pathways into leadership. So, that way we can keep them and help them become the leaders that we know that they can be, so that they can also lead as future leaders in the areas of bilingual education and ethnic studies. So that's another kind of project that's accompanying what we're doing.
Thank you. The second question, part of the question, is based on what you just said. What are if you could just describe briefly what some of the district commitments would be in a program like that, because it sounds like it could be involved or it could be very simple.
Yeah, so basically, the districts I mean, across the country, they put in applications into the Department of Education for Title I. Title I is for low-income schools, and Title III is for English language learners. I think there could even be Title II monies that they're going after that has to do with teacher preparation. All I know is that we get Title I and Title III, and then we also get from the other district budget. It costs about $50,000 a year for us, and most of that goes into teacher salaries, but we also get support for transportation because the kids get picked up in the morning to come to the academy. It covers books, supplies, morning breakfasts, and there's some contribution to cover honoraria for speakers because we also have events annually. And so that's where it goes to. So it's really not a lot of money. I mean, 50K, I mean, and even before there was a penny on the table, the teachers were willing to do this. So that's, so again, we're tapping into a motivation. And then the rest is like, it's all volunteer work. And so we have students from the university who come and do, research. They come in, and this is also our research site, right? And so we're publishing a special issue now in the Journal of Qualitative Studies on the work that we're doing. So it's never divorced from that research lens and that potential.
Hello, thank you for, this is wonderful. I really enjoyed your presentation. So my question is regarding your use of history, and you said that history is important. In the curriculum, when you present the history, is it an examination of what happened in the past, or where is the critical analysis of the history and learning from what happened and preventing the repeat of what happened? I often see when history is presented, there's that resignation that history repeats itself. And so do you teach the children that it is our role to prevent that from happening again? And if so, how is that incorporated into the curriculum?
Yeah, I mean, I think they learn from the actual study of individuals and what they contributed to, and through the books that we get them. Like Willie Velázquez is a really good book that we use, and he was a pioneer and a champion in the area of voting, right? And why it's so important to vote. And so then what's really nice is it has spillover effects into the classrooms, either because the teachers are teaching it, on Saturdays, or because the children themselves, because of the connection to the schools, end up having projects on the vote, right? And they participate in. I've heard that they participate in elections. They learn about bilingual education itself, and how we have always struggled for inclusion of our language and respect for our language and our culture. And so I went to one school where it was so cute. Picket signs. They did a march around the school. Right, and those are the teachers. I mean, it's not, we only do so much, and you can only do so much on a Saturday, but the teachers have to carry it forward, right? And those are the ways that they carry it forward, because the teachers, what they tell us is that they don't really feel like they can teach the way that they know how to teach in their schools, because because of like the Spanish language is like not correct to be speaking. It's awful. It's a sad commentary. I think it's because that has to do with a lack of a critical mass. So we have teachers, but they're kind of spread throughout the district, and it's not until you really have a critical mass that you have more agency and power. So I feel like we just need more teachers and more administrators with this consciousness, so that there can be more freedom. And it's not like it's hopeless. I don't want to suggest that schools are hopeless in it. I think I did earlier, but right now there's not a lot of oxygen for them. Right now, and we've been in quite some time period of not a lot of oxygen for them. So when they come to this space and it's like, just teach, just impart your craft, they're freed. They are free. So I mean, all of that is to advocate for community spaces, and for one that's really anchored in like opportunities, local voices, and also it brings in not this dialect that might seem stilted, that comes oftentimes from the classroom, because we're trying to teach what we think is correct Spanish, but it's one that actually like embraces the languages and the varieties that are spoken in the community. And through the process of doing this, I mean, we've had parents come out and say, I speak Guarani, right? And it's like, wow, it's really cool. When you liberate, when you liberate language, when you liberate discourses, all of a sudden people are, they're free to talk about another parent. Well, I used to do danza mexica. I grew up doing danza mexica, right? And so that just makes it more rich and authentic and enjoyable.
And
So.
since my job is to keep us on schedule, this is our last question.
Is it working? So thank you for being here. It was my pleasure to be part of this. Oh, louder? Yeah, closer? Here? Oh, thank you for doing your amazing job here. My question is, do you work with community colleges, and where do you see community colleges in your model?
I love that question. And so, the answer is that we have a plan, but we don't want to let, this is on video, but we don't want to let the University of Texas off the hook, okay? And so we absolutely have a plan, and we have the connections, but that could be a way to let, in our case, the University of Texas off the hook, and we don't want to do that. So no, there's absolutely a plan. I mentioned Dallas, and the other side, they have partnerships, like with at Dallas and UNT, it's with Mountain View, and so it's going from like Southwest Dallas, Oak Hill District, Sunnyside, into either directly into UNT to be a bilingual ed teacher, or into Mountain View and then into UNT. And so there's a lot of different ways to do that. So there's an absolute role for the community college. Thank you for your question, because that's important to this space, and there's enormous opportunity. And I'm telling you, once you organize your community and they have an empowered sense of themselves, the sky's the limit. Gracias. Thank you so much.
Dr. Valenzuela, thank you so much for coming to Pima and sharing some of your experience with us. And we just are very grateful for your leadership in transforming teachers, which is ultimately going to transform our world. And we share in your vision and your work. So thank you very much. So now I'd like to invite up our Chancellor, Lee Lambert, who's going to give us a little bit more of a welcome for the day. And, Chancellor Lambert has long championed community colleges as instruments in the fight for social justice, diversity, and inclusion. He's been recognized by the Tucson Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, the League of United Latin American Citizens, and the Victoria Foundation for exceptional service to the Hispanic community. Chancellor Lambert has been recognized nationally by the Asian Pacific Americans in higher education for contributions to education and the API community, and he sits on the board of the National Asian Pacific Islanders Council. In April, he received an award from the University of Arizona Asian American faculty, staff, and alumni. In 2017, the Association of Community College Trustees named Chancellor Lambert its CEO of the Year. He is a U.S. Army veteran and the son of a U.S. Army veteran. He was born in Seoul, Korea, South Korea, and grew up on 3 continents. He received a bachelor's degree in liberal arts from the Evergreen State College and his Juris Doctorate degree from Seattle University. Lee, welcome.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you, Dr. Valenzuela, for your wonderful talk this morning and the importance of growing our own. In fact, that's an important part of our diversity, equity, and inclusion plan, is to realize that we must grow our own talent in order that we have teachers in the classrooms and administrators to help make sure our institutions are running the way they ought to be running. So thank you for your inspiration and leadership. So this morning, I just wanted to briefly welcome all of you by starting out by saying that our board has set the vision and direction for Pima to be an institution of social justice. We recognize, yes, we recognize that not only Pima, but community colleges and universities across our country are really first and foremost institutions of social justice. So therefore, we are committed here at the college to principles and values of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We believe all of our students deserve access to a high-quality education that honors their culture, strengthens their self-worth, and provides the foundation for them to succeed in their chosen fields of endeavor. We recognize we are one of the critical platforms for that to occur. So let me start with sharing the words of Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor. I believe she really lays a great way to think about all of this. In an interview she did with the New York Times, she stated, personal experiences affect the facts that judges choose to see. My hope is that I will take the good from my experiences and extrapolate them further into areas which I am unfamiliar. The actor and activist Kerry Washington once said, "We all deserve to have our stories told, and we all have much to gain by walking in other people's shoes." I think these two statements by these fine women leaders help us to understand the importance of creating an environment that supports student success. So let me share with you where we are here at Pima. I want to first share some data to talk about the fact that we are now a majority-minority college. So here at Pima, we are, I'll compare fall of 2014, we had 52% minority students. Today, we have 57% of our student body is minority. The Pima County population is 47.5% minority. So we're already outpacing where the community is headed. Minority students now exceed non-minority students in persistence and retention. From fall 2016 to fall 2017, minority persistence and retention is 47%. Non-minority persistence and retention is 43%. But here's where we still have lots of work to do. Not to say we don't have lots of work to do on retention and persistence, but truly in the completion gap between minorities and non-minority students. Non-minority students complete at 25% at Pima. Our students of color, 16%. So as you can see, we have a long ways to go. But even with that said, and for many of you, if you're not aware, we are a Hispanic serving institution, and we have been recognized as one of the top 100 degree-producing Hispanic students in the country for a community college. In fact, we are in the top 25, and we're the only Arizona community college who is in the top 25. So we should give ourselves a hand for that level of success. But it's not good enough that's where we're at, because as I mentioned earlier, we've got some gaps that we have to continue to work on and close. So that's why commitment to the Ethnic, Gender, and Transborder Studies program is so critical. We believe that we must create the environment where all students can thrive, and I'm not going to go through all the facts of the EGTS, because you have the fact sheets in your folders, but I just want you to know this is a commitment from the board and myself to make sure that we have a strong center of excellence committed to all of our students' success, and that we educate all of our students to understand the challenges that have occurred in this country as well as across the globe in terms of how it impacts people of color and all people, because our humanity is dependent on it. So I just want to thank all of you for coming out here and learning more about what we're doing, supporting the work of our summit. This is our third summit, and we look forward to many more as we go forward into the future. Thank you all.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Lee, for your support for ethnic, gender, and transborder studies. We're very grateful. And as you articulated, we're keeping our eye on the ultimate goal, which is post-completion success for our students. Okay, so now we're going to begin our showcase presentations, and the first group that's coming up is our Ethnic, Gender, and Transborder Studies, a new program, a new department. So if the members of the panel could please come up. And so our panel members are Dr. Francisca James Hernandez, who's going to give a little bit of the history and the new beginnings of EGTS department. Then we're going to have a little video montage, and then we're going to talk a little bit about the program with Dean Dr. Suzanne Deschardin and academic advisor Chris Rodriguez. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Dr. Francisca Hernandez.
Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? Buenos dias. Wasn't that a fabulous keynote address? Let's give Dr. Angela Valenzuela. Give it up for Dr. Valenzuela. Much inspiration and role modeling for us to follow. So we're kicking off the showcases this morning, which will be a chance to show you some and give you a flavor for some of what we're doing in ethnic, gender, and transborder studies. As you just heard the Chancellor mention, he often does say publicly that we are a social justice institution. And I love working at a college and being part of a profession committed to social justice. At Pima, we are recommitting ourselves to the radically democratic philosophy of open admissions education, in which we accept students where they are at now, rather than selecting only those who are where we would want them to be. Yes. This ambitious mission requires a deep institutional knowledge of human diversity and social power, in which we address students yearning to understand, appreciate, and honor the diversity in themselves and those around them. I am thinking here of the young Chicano student who came out as gay to his conservative Catholic family, which rejected him. Yet he stood before our class and courageously shared his story on the very first day of the semester. I am thinking of the young white woman who wanted to know more about migrants crossing and dying in the desert, made a video about it, and is now a doctoral student of anthropology, environmental anthropology, at the University of Maine. I also think of the young man fresh out of prison, his neck filled with tattoos, arriving punctually to every class in a suit and tie, who told me Mexican-American studies saved my life. Or the young dreamer who wonders out loud whether her future will be here in her own country or forced into a land of strangers. I think also of the young man who carries a burden of guilt on his back in the pink knapsack of his transgendered friend who just committed suicide. He had enrolled in gender and women's studies in order to understand her better. Their stories remind us that helping students understand human diversity and the dynamics of social power is fundamental to students' success, measured not only in terms of transfers to the university or job placements, but are quite literally matters of life and death. As one of our students, a transgender activist, put it at last year's summit, ethnic, gender, and transborder studies are important because they expose systemic oppression. Pima College just inaugurated a Department of Ethnic, Gender, and Transborder Studies last fall, the first of its kind in an Arizona community college and maybe nationwide. And we are working toward a center of excellence. This will be our collective task, those of us here in the room today in the afternoon workshops. In being here today, we are all part of a broader historical movement to open education to those historically marginalized and excluded, so we might see ourselves and feel we belong. As Maya Angelou says, the more you know your history, the more liberated you are. Please enjoy this video montage of some of the highlights of our institutional and departmental history.
Well, hi, everybody, and welcome to the National Association of Ethnic Studies Conference. I am just so pleased that I have an opportunity to share and lend my voice to the important work that all of you are doing, but more importantly, that you, us as educators, we play a key role to not only understanding race and ethnicity, but more importantly, building the bridges between and amongst our differences. But I also want to take a moment to share the work we're doing here in my home of Tucson, Arizona at Pima Community College. We are so pleased that we're a co-sponsor of the National Association of Ethnic Studies Conference. We're also collaborating with a curriculum pathway in Mexican American Studies with the University of Arizona. We're taking part in a collaborative research and action project, a multidisciplinary intergenerational social justice initiative for our students at the University of Arizona and at Pima Community College.
When I get close to these women that were struggling to impact their own local and justice systems, I realized that in their political discourses and in their practices, we could find a theorization about culture. And it was a theorization that conceives culture as a historical product that is always reconstituting itself. And that when a cultural practice is transformed and challenge the privilege of certain groups, people scream and say, oh, there's a danger for our culture.
On behalf of the Pima Community College Governing Board, I welcome you to the Ethnic, Gender, and Transborder Studies Summit.
What we're talking about here today is about the future of higher education.
What is our institution working with? What is the purpose of our institution?
I'm very grateful that this institution is striving to be a center for excellence and at the forefront of a badly needed program throughout the U.S.
Ethnic, gender, and transborder studies are important because they expose systemic oppression. One of the biggest successes of systemic oppression is being able to hide itself. It hides itself by normalizing the ways it works.
So going into the classes, I really did not know the material that I was going to be taught. I just knew it had something to do with borders, and I honestly thought we were just going to be learning about the U.S.-Mexico border. But once the class started, I realized it was much more than that.
Keep us together is coming together like this to support the young people, to support artists, to support our souls, to support our hearts, and to go out into the earth, because that's who we are. If you look at the earth from the moon, we're one person. It's all about context and perspective. When you look at the earth that way, there aren't any borders at all.
Turn those lights on. So next, Dr. Suzanne Deschardin and Chris Rodriguez are going to talk a little bit about the Ethnic, Gender, and Transborder Studies program.
Okay. Can you hear us okay? So Chris and I are going to tag team this PowerPoint presentation. Can go ahead and. Got it, okay. So what is ethnic, gender, and transborder studies? Ethnic, gender, and transborder studies is a disciplinary approach to studying the collective histories, cultures, socioeconomic, sociocultural, sociopolitical aspects of peoples that are coming together to explore their identities, people of color, of multiple genders, of diverse sexualities on their own terms. EGTS explores these stories, these social movements, these diasporas, which diaspora, if you look it up, and again, we are educating all of our students that are here, including our high school students who have joined us remotely. It is the displacing of indigenous people when we talk about diasporas, and we're talking about how to study from our own identities and where is that indigeneity rooted and where is it rooted from? And what are those achievements that we ourselves have not seen in our own history books and our own education before we all were able to come to higher education? We are looking at those who have been historically marginalized as an aspect of trying to approach social justice. We must also look at social injustice. And we also want to make sure we're attending to the transborder perspectives and the context of being in Arizona, like we heard from Dr. Valenzuela, because this is ground zero.
Our program is new this year to 2017-2018 catalog year, and so there's still lots of opportunities to join us in this new degree offering that we have under our liberal arts program. It's a 15 credit program in which you select 15 of your courses that you would like to do amongst the 4 disciplines: Mexican American Studies, American Indian Studies, Gender and Women's Studies, and Global and Transborder Studies. And there's a handout or a flyer in your packet if you just bring it out here. On the front side of our packet, we have our new scholarship with Suzanne will talk a little bit about. And on the back, we have our course offering coming up for the fall semester. For those students that are here, I mean, the registration period started in April 2nd, so we can start to register for these courses. We do recommend that you meet with an academic advisor to make sure you're selecting the right courses in your pathway. But this program in ethnic studies allows us to be, it's a diverse offering. It's a very flexible degree where you can pick many programs at the universities to go into. So it's not necessarily something where you would have to select only one of these categories. You could select multiple categories to get a wide range of skills and knowledge sets from these different courses.
Okay, I think you have met a few of our leaders, our faculty leaders, Dr. Francisca James Hernandez and Rosalia Solorzano. And then we also have Dr. Greg Redhouse. We have Marcos Trujillo. And we have Mary Chris McElwain, because sociology is also part of our department. So these are our faculty. These are our scholar activists. We would not be making the kind of strides that we have been able to make that you saw from our video montage without their collective leadership. I would also be remiss if I did not share with you, speaking of scholar activism and activism in general, if I could please have Florencio Zaragoza stand if he's here in the room. Okay, darn. We were going to recognize him. Doctora Ana Ochoa Leary is standing already from U of A Mexican American Studies. And she, along with Lencho Zaragoza, Dr. Francisca James Hernandez, and Rosalia Solorzano, we owe them a great debt of gratitude because of their collective forward thinking and their activism. We now have the beginnings of a $10,000 endowment established to benefit our Mexican American Studies students in the Ethnic Gender Transborder Studies Department. Fundación Mexico has donated the seed money to start up that fundraising event to have that endowment exist in perpetuity. So I'd like to give them a collective round of applause, please. And also, as Chris mentioned, on the flyer that's in your packet, there is more information about the fundraising efforts that to date have allowed us to already establish an Ethnic Gender Transborder Studies Scholarship, which we will be taking applications for students in the program through June. And again, all of that information is on the flyer. And last, if I could please call your attention to one other thing that's in your packet of materials. I believe they may have been distributed out to the tables, but if you could please familiarize yourself with the write-ups in preparation for those of you staying for the afternoon workshops. If you could please familiarize yourself with the fact sheets and the write-ups that will inform the work that we will be doing in the workshops later today. And last, I want to acknowledge again Dr. Angela Valenzuela, because she will be leading a continuation of the summit tomorrow for Grow Your Own Scholars. We will be meeting with University of Arizona representatives, K-12 leaders and representatives, and continuing the conversation with faculty at Pima and beyond about how we can continue to grow our own educators. Last, this is Chris and I, and you can tell there's a graduation theme. We're getting ready for graduation. I'll let Chris talk about that.
So if you're interested in learning more about these programs, I'm outside tabling. We have some of our other institutions here, NAU, Prescott College, and the U of A. So there's lots of information for you to gather if you're a student and want to learn more. So we're here to help you. Additionally, my information is up here if you want to reach out to me, and we can have conversations about this program and your opportunities with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, did you go ahead?
This cartoon here, we credit the internet for that. So, but it's just a real good summary of what we're trying to do here and the support and why we need ethnic studies in our schools and in our institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Suzanne and Chris. So we're going to move on to our next showcase, which we're going to be looking a little deeper into ethnic studies. So we have Professor Rosalia Solorzano, who is our coordinator for our Mexican American Studies program at Pima Community College, and Dr. Ana Ochoa O'Leary, who is the department head of Mexican American Studies at the University of Arizona. And we'll begin with Rosalia. And then also, we'll get into, I'll introduce them after these two.
Thank you, Dr. Doré, for such a gentle introduction. Good morning. Thank you for taking your valuable time to engage in our third annual summit for Gender, Ethnic, and Transborder Studies. My name is Rosalia Solorzano, and currently I am the coordinator for Mexican American Studies with EGTS. That's what we call the Ethnic, Gender, and Transborder Studies. And I am also a Mexican American Studies faculty. You know, we have been working diligently in establishing pipelines between high schools and with the University of Arizona for the past 3 years, and strengthening our responsibilities and ties to our community and its diverse stakeholders in improving student graduation and transfer to the universities. We have been supporting and learning from the creative and innovative work of Professor Gabriel Higuera's CRIA project, the Collaborative Research in Action, which is an academic community-linked educational project of K-12, Pima College, and MAS students. Professor Gabriel Higuera is a Mexican-American Studies PhD student at the University of Arizona, and he, in a little bit of time, is going to be sharing about CRIA's achievements and goals in our next panel. For the past 3 years, MAS faculty have passionately worked structuring a college-university pipeline in conjunction with the University of Arizona, Mexican American Studies, under the leadership of Chair of the Department, Dr. Ana Ochoa O'Leary, creating the first academic pathways in MAS for Pima Community College, 2016, and using that valuable information in the new restructuring of pathways that is happening right now as I speak. But we don't abandon what we have had and what we had created together. So it's a kind of polishing, of the curriculum. Under this leadership, I am very, very proud to tell you that Dr. Ana Ochoa O'Leary has been with us even before she was appointed as department chair at Mexican American Studies at the University of Arizona. She's tenacious, punctual. She is very systematic in her analysis, and she has a vision of that eagle, of the eagle pelona, in the Mexican flag. If you're familiarized with that one, right? The brown eagle. Yeah, and yes, Ana is one of those individuals who soars and has the eye and measures the target, usually funding for our students, and then dies. So I have been learning so much, from Ana, that I'm really very, very proud to have had the opportunity to share this world with her in the struggle and the resistance, that we must engage in, because as Professora has said before, and also, pretty much repeated by Angela Valenzuela, our dear colleague and friend and maestra, that when you have the struggle and the resistance, you get into that sort of challenge. But after the challenge, there is this interstice, this space that is going to be creating agency. And when we create the agency, then we even forget about how much we have suffered in the struggles. So that another significant and historical PCC and Mexican American presence has been the structuring of the first ethnic studies articulation task force at the state level. Wow, yes, at the state level. Angela, that's for you. I know that you would love that. And to introduce the importance of this educational process, and it is my very, very great honor to introduce Dr. Ana Ochoa O'Leary, valuable, hardworking visionary with a lifetime dedication to higher education, Mexican American Studies and Social Justice. With you, the one and only Ana.
Is this on? Yeah, okay, I hear it. Thank you for such a great introduction, and welcome everybody. Thank you for being here. It really means a lot to see that the interest in ethnic studies, Mexican American studies, and all the other disciplines within this large umbrella continue to evoke lots of interest and commitment from people from the community. So I'll probably just start real quickly to highlight some of the, I don't know, showcasing some of what we have accomplished in Mexican American Studies, and I have to say, in cooperation with Francisca, James Hernandez, Rosalia Solórzano. I came into this leadership role at a time when Mexican American Studies had suffered a black eye. A lot of students, they were nowhere to be found. Many thought in the community that Mexican American Studies at the university had been eliminated, just like they had in TUSD. So we worked to create this ATF as well. So this is like a response to that. And we involved 14 community colleges, including the tribal colleges in the state of Arizona, with all 3 public universities to create this articulation task force, which I think over time will result in at least 1,000 students out there which really didn't have a systematic way of transferring their credits to the 3 public universities will be accomplished. So I want to thank everybody for that, for assistance in that. And going back to, some of the things that we've thought about in terms of our strategic planning has to do with how we get that message out to students about the importance of a Mexican American Studies degree. The University of Arizona is only one of 7 universities, public universities in the state, in the country, that has the full slate of bachelor's, master's, and PhD, and we are only one of 2 universities that has that full slate among public universities and research one. So I have a video.
So we'll come back to that video when he's able to find that. So next up, I'd like to introduce Pima Community College faculty member Gabriel Higuera and PCC student John Dickey, who are going to talk about a very innovative program that, I'm sorry? No. Next is those 2, at least on my schedule, and then they'll go. They're going to talk about, Greg, you're going to be after those guys. This program is Collaborative Research in Action, and I first was introduced to this program when I first came to the downtown campus, and I'm very impressed with this program. So, go ahead.
Thank you. Do you have the video?
We came for the youth symposium here at the Cesar Chavez building at U of A.
Why did you guys come to this event?
To show information about LGBT issues.
To bring awareness to immigration.
I came because I want to be inspired by the younger generation.
And she's our teacher, she had to come.
I'm here to present some projects for the U of A about our research that we did at school. So what was your research?
It's about Donald Trump. La perspectiva que tienen las personas cerca de ella.
Our school and their opinion on Planned Parenthood and women's health rights.
Access to health insurance and how not a lot of people have it. It is a right and not a privilege.
Environmental abuse, as you know, we all live on this planet. How the women's marches affected everything politically.
Our school about sexism.
Police brutality and what was the cause of if it depends on what color you are.
So did you present yet?
Differences shouldn't be something bad.
That's
should
fine.
be something beautiful. Keep that in mind. Whether you're poor, rich, black, or white.
So thank you. I'm Gabriel Higuera. I'm a PhD candidate in Mexican American Studies at the U of A. I'm also a faculty member here. I teach Intro to Chicanx Studies at Pima Community College. And I didn't just come up to the U of A and develop this program. This program comes out of my life experiences. I was a college dropout because I didn't connect with spending time in a classroom while seeing so many urgent critical issues in my community. So I dropped out and I became a community organizer. I was a tenants' rights organizer in immigrant communities, and we fought against slumlords. So as I continued my own education outside of academia, I started thinking about applying my organizing skills back to the world of higher education. So as an undergraduate student, I developed a Chicano-Chicana Studies program and rolled it out to several Phoenix high schools. So I did that For 5 years. Through the course of that, I got kicked out of the Arizona State University for bad grades. So I went into Maricopa Community Colleges, and that's where I discovered, whoa, this is where Raza is, and I like it here. So what I continued to do from that point on was developing, leading these research workshops in high schools throughout Phoenix, and I recruited community college and Arizona State University students to help me out. So by year 5, this was in 2006, we were leading Chicano-Chicana studies classes at 4 high schools simultaneously in Phoenix, all voluntary. I never really wrote a paper about it. No money was involved. But I designed a pretty good program, and that's how we got it in through the door, just focusing on reading, writing, and research skills, and we sneak in the revolution that way. So the fast forward, I got my master's degree in New York City. I organized 2 youth conferences on ethnic studies and social justice at the City University of New York. And as soon as I got into U of A, one of the first things that I did was find out where my colegas in the community colleges are. And luckily, someone answered the phone at Pima and directed me to Francisca James Hernandez and Rosalia Solórzano. And we started plotting early in 2014. The program that I developed, called now CRIA, CRIA in Spanish comes from the word criar, to raise, to grow, but it's also the acronym of Collaborative Research and Action. So the program that I run, we recruit community college and university students. They go through a semester of workshops on how to work with younger students on social justice. And these workshops take place at Coalición Derechos Humanos, at the Radical College, the Labor College, Salt of the Earth Labor College, Southern Arizona AIDS Foundation. Marcos Trujillo led an excellent workshop. And when you're working with college students, sometimes they don't show up. And he gave a workshop, all of his passion, to one student that came in there. And he got really excellent up-to-date information. So we go through this fall semester of trainings and workshops with our cohorts of college students. And in the spring, we pair them up. We try to pair them up, a U of A student and a Pima student. And then they get matched with a middle or a high school classroom. And once a week, they go in there and help those kids develop research skills on social justice issues. And the capstone is an annual youth conference at the U of A, where those students, as well as other students from throughout the state, are invited to share their research. So this year, up to date, we've had over 850 elementary, middle, and high school students share research at the University of Arizona. And now ASU, this past weekend, we had our first youth conference at Arizona State University with over 100 elementary, middle, and high school students presenting research on panels moderated by professors, community leaders, activists, and radicals in front of their parents, in front of their community members, and in front of the public. So these kids are jazzed, to use the jazz word that someone used earlier today. And Dr. Valenzuela used the word jazzed. This past weekend at Arizona State University, just to give you a little flavor of what it's like, they all gave their research. We had critical dialogues. They were empowered. These teachers were doing unbelievable advocacy behind the scenes. To get students to the university means that they're doing really great advocacy work, going up the chains of command. To get a principal to justify giving money to a teacher to fill up a van with young kids to go talk about social justice. This is an aspect of mobilization, and it's actually community organizing what we're doing. In the debrief at the end of our conference at ASU in downtown Phoenix, we were asking the students, what do we do now? Where do we take this? And I said, well, let's start with the youngest of our population here. So a third grader, a young lady, said, I just want everybody to know that we're ready. We're ready to know. We want to know. And what they're talking about is they want to know about LGBTQ rights, immigration, injustice, lack of school funding. They want it, and they say that they're ready, and I believe them, and I think they're fully capable. What I'd like to do right now is introduce John Dickey, a Pima Community College student leader, and he was a part of our CRIA cohort this past year, and he's going to say a few words about his experience.
I got to teach at Utterback Middle School, and it was an experience that was unlike any other because they're students that nobody ever asked them, so what do you think about social justice issues? A lot of them didn't even know what social justice was. And so we had them look into things. So in my class, we had 3 large projects. We had homeless animals, homeless people, and how Donald Trump treats a lot of Americans. Which those projects, getting middle school like perspective from that, because one of the students came up to me and they said, "Why do they treat homeless people so bad? Like, why do people hate them?" And it's like, well, we don't hate them, but there's a lot of people that they're like, "Oh, I don't like that." And like seeing this kind of like innocence coming through from like the eyes of a middle schooler, people that are like haven't really like experienced a lot of life. I think that's really important to like let them share their viewpoint, because so often they don't get a chance to share that. I had one student present and it was absolutely amazing. She was a student that was very demotivated at the start, but with Korea and the whole rising up thing, we gave her the motivation to present in front of a giant lecture hall at a university, and it was something that she had never even dreamed of doing, and she got the opportunity to do that, and she was shaking the entire time. But it was so worth it to see her go up and present.
Thank you, John and Gabriela. Okay, so next up is Dr. Greg Redhouse, who's going to talk about the American Indian Studies program at Pima, and he is the discipline coordinator for American Indian Studies.
Is this on? All righty. Those veterans in the house. Okay. Gregory Redhouse in this year. Then I hope so that na show Torichin in the Schle, but Anibashin Canada should. So just a formal introduction in Navajo. I want to say that, you know, I'm happy to be here and to be part of the American Indian Studies programs. What I've also done at the beginning of each class is remind people or introduce the concept of looking at the past from a different lens. And I always stress that, you know, I'm a visitor. As a Navajo, I'm a visitor in this region. My home would be within the 4 Sacred Mountains, and that's up by the 4 Corners. So as I come here, respectfully, you know, I always like to acknowledge the Tohono O'odham people. And, you know, there's like 5 different groups of O'odham. And so as I'm going through this process, I always tell people, you know, look around and imagine the distance from Phoenix to Hermosillo, Mexico, all the way out to the Gulf of California. That's all O'odham land. That's all O'odham turf. Take that into account. And so respectfully, I always tell the Tohono O'odham, thank you for letting me be a visitor and to work out here and to spend some time, quality time out here and learn more about Tohono O'odham society and culture. So that's something I can take home with me eventually. But for now, I live here in Tucson. I'm an urban Indian. That's what I started as a reservation Indian. Now I'm a reservation urban Indian. Some of the things I've been doing is participating with the ethnic gender transborder studies, and I think with American Indian Studies, it fits into that context very well, because when you're looking at the international border, you know, it's not just Tohono O'odham people that are here in the United States. They have relatives. There's Tohono O'odham in Mexico too, so they straddle both sides of the border, and it's something that we need to always be cognizant about. And so these are topics that we do discuss, that we inform the public. And at the same time, we want to make sure that our courses are articulated and transferable to the 3 main universities. We're actually in the process of putting together a new course at the 200 level in Federal Indian Law and Policy that'll also transfer over to ASU and NAU. So we are in discussion. The other thing that you'll see is pictures promoting our annual powwow. We had a social gathering last fall in November. It was quite successful. We had about 500 people show up throughout the course of the day. I'd say we had about 200 people inside the Santa Catalina room. So we're going to need a bigger venue this coming fall. So I'm hoping we can take this outdoor and continue this annual event. But we had a lot of fun. We had people coming as far away as Santa Fe, New Mexico to bring in. We had like 27 vendors. Even the food vendor outside, he sold out, so he banked. And so, but you know, but I also noticed there's a growing Navajo community here in town. So sometimes I have parents that ask me, would you be willing to teach Navajo language? So that's something to think about for the future. So I'll end here. Have a nice day.
Thank you. So thank you again to Rosalia and Anna and Gabrielle and John and Greg for that overview of just a little bit of what's going on in ethnic studies. Next up, we're going to showcase some of our student clubs. And the first club that we're going to showcase is the Asian Pacific Island Culture Club. And we have the club sponsor, Dr. Daisy Rodriguez, and Ashley Zambos, one of our students. Ashley, are you the president? No, I'm the public relations. Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to you.
Oh, they could go first. It's fine.
Well, then we're going to let the diversity club go first, since that slides up there. So I would like to introduce members of our diversity club, and we have the advisor, Sharon Arsenault, and we have 3 of the students of the club. We have Cindy Leonard, Bruce Ybarra, and Camara Perkins with us. So I'll turn it over to you, Sharon.
So my name is Sharon Arsenault, and I am the advisor to the Downtown Campus Diversity Club. This club began 5 years ago by a group of students who wished to offer a safe space to discuss struggles of marginalized individuals. The mission statement of this organization is to support and affirm the diversity represented within our community, our campus, through advocacy, education, and mentoring. Through our mission statement, we strive to implement programming to promote a wide variety of events. This past April, 6 students and I attended the National Student Leadership Diversity Conference to learn more about critical social issues facing college campuses across the country today. At this conference, we participated in group discussions and workshops with students and advisors from 32 colleges, universities, and a high school from across the U.S. And today with me are 3 of those students who attended, who will give you their perspective on learning outcomes.
Hi, everyone. Feeling like you belong matters, and I think it is very important. And I think, just as Dr. Valenzuela said, feeling valued, cherished, and loved is very important because it inspires us to do well. I think people want to be a part of a community, and I got to experience that. Verna Meyer says, diversity is being invited to the party, inclusion is being asked to dance. I'm Bruce Ybarra, and next semester's Diversity Club Vice President, Cindy Leonard, invited me to the party this past January. Pretty much from the moment we met, and from that I'm grateful. Thank you. Her invitation has opened many doors for me in just 1 semester, and the biggest that we are so proud of is our trip to Chicago. It was really awesome. We left Tucson eager to learn more about leadership and diversity, and we came back even stronger individuals, ready to be led, and as one of the guys in Chicago said, we became woke. From go, we were sitting next to complete strangers. It was kind of crazy. We came in, we naturally sat next to each other as a club, and they mixed that up real quick. They shifted us to sit next to complete strangers. I believe as individuals, we tend to get wrapped up with that inner voice that causes an awkward moment, and it makes you go inward. You kind of go inward, you kind of get quiet, and a lot of us today pick up our own phones. But they didn't allow for this. We were placed next to strangers, and in seconds, we were sharing things about ourselves that were a bit uncomfortable and raw, very raw. Immediately, I realized I was not alone, and no matter our differences, we have all experienced pain or causing someone pain. Immediately, I felt empathetic. Here we were barely in the welcome part of this conference, and we already saw from experience that we share so much more in common with our neighbors than what we think. We have all hurt someone and been hurt by someone, and we all left being able to treat strangers with more heart than ever before.
Hello. My name is Cindy Leonard, and I will be the next year's Diversity Club Vice President. I, too, was invited to the party by one of my closest friends, Camara Perkins. When I came in, I was like a little deer in the headlights. What's going on? But the Diversity Club opened their arms and embraced me when I felt completely lost. I have created friendships and memories that will last a lifetime. and have made a difference in the community while doing so. There's this quote by American poet Juan Felipe Herrera that says, "Diversity really means becoming complete as human beings, all of us. We learn from each other. If you're missing on that stage, we learn less, and we all need to be on that stage." I have worked with some amazing individuals these past couple of months and had the opportunity to learn more about how to communicate better with others while I was in Chicago for the NSLDC trip. I learned about not only about myself, but I learned about how to communicate better with others and to never make assumptions because we never truly know what is going on in the background. Did you know that it only takes 7 seconds to make an assumption about someone? How many of you have taken the time to learn the waiter's name at a restaurant? Or how many of you have asked someone how they are before confronting them? I like to think that we are onions because we have many layers and we choose who we reveal them to. But it's better to lean into fear than to live in regret because your story could help someone else. I always use this analogy about wanting to grow the way flowers grow because we are all beautiful and we should stand tall and embrace who we are. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kamara Perkins, next semester's president for the Diversity Club. The NSLDC was important for us students because not only did we gain leadership skills, we became different beings in days. We as a group became a family, and we as a group learned firsthand that the famous African-American proverb to be so very true. If we want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. But that being said, it is important that we have unity in our community. As long as we have unity in our community, we'll go far as one whole. We must remember that societies interact. When societies interact, things move, people move, and ideas move. My personal gain from this conference was learning how to deal with conflict, not just within my club, but also within my community. And that is very important, in my opinion, because it'll help keep drama in our community down and focus on working together. So yes, we as a diversity club understand that diversity is being invited to the party, and we want to go beyond that like we learned in SLDC. When I invited Cindy to the party, and Cindy invited Bruce, was more like the latter half of the famous proverb that we were seeking. Inclusion is being asked to dance, and that is what we work for from this conference. And that is what we brought back to Tucson. We don't want to just invite you to party. We want you to get jiggy with us, shake a tail feather, and come along with us, and let's dance.
Thank you, and thank you, Sharon, and thank you, Bruce and Cindy and Kamara. Thank you very much. And we all want to dance. So so now I'm going to turn it over to Daisy and Ashley.
Okay, and we're going to show our video at the end.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Daisy Rodriguez Patel, and I want to tell you a little bit about myself. I went to college at San Francisco State University, which is the birthplace of ethnic studies. I had the great fortune of taking Asian American Studies, Filipino American Studies, and Tagalog language courses. This has really informed who I am as a leader and as a practitioner in higher education. So when Lon Trung, she's now a student at University of Arizona, approached me. She's Vietnamese American. She asked, why don't we have an Asian student club? I told her, let's make it happen. So you're going to hear from Ashley, who is one of our current officers, and two of our goals is community engagement and consciousness. For me, consciousness raising is extremely important, especially when you live in a climate like Arizona, where sometimes Asian Pacific Islanders aren't always thought of as part of the minority group or as a disenfranchised group. So before I pass it on to Ashley, I want to share a quote with you from Grace Lee Boggs. Grace Lee Boggs is of Chinese ancestry, and she was a civil rights activist. You cannot change any society unless you take responsibility for it, unless you see yourself as belonging to it and responsible for changing it.
Hi, everyone. So my name's Ashley Zambos. This year I was the public relations officer for the Asian Pacific Culture Club. It started out as a group of students, both mixing of Asian descent and not, as well as international and domestic students. Currently, throughout the year and a half we've been in existence, we've had representation from China, Japan, Vietnam, the Philippines, South Korea, and more. And aside from Asian descent, we've also had students from Mexico, Spain, and African American students take part in our activities. last year we were blessed to be able to travel to San Diego, where we got to go to a festival celebrating all types of different Asian cultures and descents. So we got to eat a bunch of really good food. It was really great. We got to go to UCSD, where we actually talked with their staff members, and we talked about how they view Asian Pacific culture on their campus and how we view it on ours, and make connections with them. We also are really excited to talk about this summer we're going to the Japanese internment camps up on Mount Lemmon. So even though we're not in school, we're still going to be very active over the summer with educating ourselves on things that happened in our Tucson community for our Asian Pacifics.
So can we show the video clip?
Mike, do you have the video clip?
Okay.
So we're going to show that video clip with the Mexican American Studies Department at the University of Arizona. So we're going to show that in a little later, okay?
Okay, so let me just tell you a little bit about what hopefully you'll see maybe during lunch is also within the Asian Pacific Islander community. Sometimes we also forget to acknowledge our Pacific Islander communities, and so we wanted to show you a clip. And hopefully we'll be able to locate that, or if not, I could resend it. I also want to acknowledge we do have some folks here in the room that our club is also actively engaged with. So Carolyn Clausen, can you stand up, please? She is a part of a Japanese community organization. And also is Ross Iwamoto. Yes, Ross, can you stand up too? So Carolyn and Ross are two examples of folks that we have partnered with in different ways. Some of you may or may not have known this. Oh, perfect. Okay, I'll take it. Okay, that's good. Thank you. One of the reasons why we want to show this is also to demystify some of the stereotypes about Asian Pacific Islander men, that sometimes they're not viewed as athletic, strong, masculine. They really are viewed, unfortunately, in society as sometimes effeminate. And so we also wanted to show this because we wanted to showcase that within the Asian Pacific Islander community, that we do sometimes forget about our Pacific Islander community. And so that's another area that we're going to pay more attention to and continue to educate members of our organization. So one thing I want to highlight that Ashley shared is that even though we are the Asian Pacific Culture Club, anyone can be a part of this organization. Ashley is biracial. She is of Mexican origin, and she is one of our officers. And last year, an African-American student was also one of our officers. So I think that's another important piece to demystify, that anyone can take part in any of the ethnic, gender, and transborder studies. You don't need to be of Mexican ancestry to learn about Mexican American studies. So that's one thing that I want to close with.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Daisy and Ashley. Thank you. So that finishes our showcase of ethnic studies. Now we're shifting to gender and women's studies, and I think we have our groups up here, so we're going to do some faculty and then some student club showcase. So first up on our faculty is the discipline coordinator for gender and women's studies, Dr. Francisca James Hernandez, and also Pima Community College faculty, Marcos Trujillo, and Marcos prefers the pronouns of they and them. And so I'd like to introduce our faculty first to give us an overview of our gender and women's studies program.
Hi again, everybody. I just want to let you know, as the discipline coordinator for gender and women's studies, that I'm really excited, doubly excited that we have 2 new faculty, full-time faculty this year. One you just heard from Dr. Gregory Redhouse in American Indian Studies. And just this spring, Marcos Trujillo started. So shout outs to both. And Marcos is teaching in sociology, a split position in sociology, and our very first faculty specifically named to gender and women's studies.
Hello, everybody. Can you all hear me? I can't hear this on the speakers, but if you can hear me, it's all good. So thank you for being here, taking time to come and learn with all of us. My name is Marcos Guerrero Trujillo, and my correct gender pronouns are they, them, and theirs. And so I guess one of the reasons why I don't have a bunch of cool students up here, one of the reasons why I don't have as many cool students up here with me is this is my first semester. So come back next year and I'll have all kinds of cool stuff to share with you. But I can say that I feel incredibly honored and extremely lucky to be working here as a full-time faculty position. I identify as transgender, non-binary, queer, femme. So I'm very weird and I'm very queer in the fact that I can get a job in this community to provide that. And that I can provide that not only from an area of expertise, but as an example, right? Like I remember when I went to school and saw the first queer person teaching a class and my brain exploded like, these things that I've wanted to do aren't disqualified from me because of my gender or my sexuality. And then to take that to another level and to see queer people of color, not only doing and being expertises in their field, but being able to feel comfortable and to be out and to claim that so we can show our young people that this is possible and this is something that deserves to be included in the dance maybe, right? So one of the things that I think when I approach gender studies, sociology, my goal is to sort of look at the things that we might take for granted and focus on them to give us a different perspective. And so I think in our culture, one of the sick lies that we've all been raised with is that gender only has to do with women, or gender only has to do with LGBT people. All people have a gender experience and identity, so oftentimes my class will be the first time that somebody is given the opportunity to think about, what is your gender experience? How do you relate to gender? Because when we don't incorporate that into the way that we educate youth and even adults, it's something that we lack, and so I feel really excited to be able to provide that. And, you know, I think one of the great things that makes it such a great fit in this department is that we are very based in history. We're very based in our cultural and anthropological studies, which if we know if we're going to move forward, we have to be on the same page of where we're coming from and acknowledge some of the things that add up into our histories of where we are now. So, I mean, gender lives all over the place in our society, and these are what sociologists would call an institution. So they educate us about our society, they constrict us within our society, and so oftentimes the way we're going to navigate conversations in my class will be looking at how does our education system perpetuate maybe a limited understanding of gender? How can we poke some holes in that and expand that and take that into whether that be our families, other classrooms, relationships, or just for our own personal benefit? That's the goal, right? There's never a wasted education. So what's the point? We're here to affect change. I feel really lucky to be a part of that. And we have some really excellent classes that are available. And one of the things that I will be hopefully doing in the next couple years, we've heard a few faculty talk about the articulation task force. So making sure that the arena where so many of our POC LGBT students get their first experience in college are able to make that bridge to a university should they choose to do that. And so I'm really excited to start working with the U of A to make sure that our gender and women's studies classes do transfer and we can get people and really sort of build our numbers in this field that for a long time might not have been taken seriously. But now when we look at media, when we look at our conversations in politics and the military and law enforcement, having an understanding of LGBT experience and gender diversity is a requirement for future movements. So I'm really excited to be a part of that. So up here, there's a couple of classes. So if you're a student or you know a student, snap a picture of this or chat with me after this presentation because I would love to see you in, or if you want to be a student, like come and hang out with us. So thank you very much. And we're going to hear from a couple of students who also are part of clubs that are in this sort of gender women's studies bracket.
Thank you, Marcos. Thank you. And so next up we have from Pima Pride, we have Ashley, our Pima student.
Awesome. So guys mind if I stand up? Okay. This just feels better for me. So hi again. My name's Ashley Zambos. So, thank you. Okay. So as Dr. DeRay mentioned, I'm speaking on behalf of Pima Pride, which, if you guys don't know what this is, it's a club hosted out of the West Campus for members of the LGBTQ community or people who support the community and want to know more about it. This club started. Ay, Dios. Okay, there's supposed to be pictures on here, and I don't know why there's not. But there's a good picture on here, I swear, that I put on there. Just, use your imagination. I don't know. They're on our Facebook page, so I can share that with you guys after, and you can look at that. But so who are we? So as I mentioned with my Asian Pacific Culture Club presentation, I got to go to San Diego last year, and I actually found out when I was in San Diego that 3 of the other people with me were also queer people and people of color. And I was like, wow, okay, this is pretty cool. Why don't we have a club for this? So we made a club for this. Over the summer of last year, we decided, there's a strong presence on the campus and we're not seeing that representation. So the picture on here is of an activity we did where we had students paint their hands. We supplied the paint, whatever they wanted to put on there. A lot of students did their flag for their different sexual or gender orientations, and then print it on a banner to show your support for Coming Out Day. So it was on National Coming Out Day. It was really cool. Pima Pride Week. So just, 2 weeks ago, we had a Pride Week, which is something Pima used to do, and then it went away for a while. And we brought it back, and we were super excited about it. So we spent the whole week talking about this community and how it's important to talk about this community. So the first day was the education day. So we had the lovely Marcos come and present a workshop on gender and sexuality, and specifically transgender, and it was just it was amazing. Thank you again. So that was a really fun day. We also had the library come and give educational resources for students on campus to learn more about it on Pima. The next day was Lend a Hand, so we did the same kind of activity where we had students do handprints. We had about 250 handprints at the end of the day, so it was really cool. Then we did a Represent Your Identity Day. So we had little strings that we had, each color represented a different piece of who you are. We had students create their own little bracelets out of yarn. So that was really fun and exciting. And the 25th in the afternoon, we had a mixer where we invited students to come and just play games with us, get to know us from the U of A and in the community. So that was a hit. And my favorite day, Drag Day, which I wish the pictures, only mine's there. Well, that's embarrassing. That's okay. So we had a drag day, and we had a drag show, and the other pictures are of the other drag people, and it's just me, and that's awkward. That's you? Well, that's me in drag. Anywho, so it was really fun. We had a really good time, and we're really excited to do this again next semester and next year. I unfortunately am leaving. I got accepted to Eller, so I'm out of here. But thank you. But I'm going to be working with Pima still through U of A Pride, their Pride Alliance, and then we're leaving the club in great hands. So I'm super excited to see what's going to happen next year. If you guys have any questions about the club or anything like that, ask me. Our Facebook is Pima Pride, so that's where the pictures are. Thank you guys for letting me talk.
Thank you, Ashley. And next up is we're going to hear from our Feminist Majority Club, and we have a student, Sabrina Ceres.
Wow, you got it right. Thank you. Right, hello, everyone. My name is Sabrina Ceres. I'm the president of the Feminist Majority Leadership Alliance, or just Feminist Club, as we've been coined on campus. And Ashley actually is our secretary, so woo! And this is actually really exciting for me to get to talk to this type of audience. This is probably the most welcoming audience I've talked to about my club. So thank you for listening. Okay, so what is feminism? A lot of people are like, oh, it's about women. Well, it is about women, but it's also about all genders and ethnicities. We firmly uphold the belief that it's social, political, and economic equality for all genders, all ethnicities. We're really focused on intersectionality, which you can see in our mission statement. It's very long because we couldn't decide on what to cut out, so we just put everything in there. So our mission is to create a safe environment for all people to discuss intersectional gender and social issues while encouraging education and support on campus and throughout the community. So who are we? We're PCC students, and like you all, we're students. And I say that we're all students because we're all constantly learning. We were really thrilled to hear about the EGTS academic program that was developed because it gives us a chance to take those classes and learn more and open our minds to things that we've never heard of or we're unsure about. It's a safe place to talk about these things. And we're really focused on making a difference on campus and in the community. We have a lot of community members, people that we work with in the community, people from Emerge, people from Saga. We work with the AP3 occasionally, and then other student clubs as well. And most of all, we strive for equality. And so a few of the events that we've done in the past, just recently we did a sexual assault awareness event for the month of April. And that was really meaningful and heartfelt for a lot of our club members. We had a banner, people were tracing their handprints, and then they were writing messages to survivors in it. And then we also had a box for people to write anonymous messages to survivors, and some of them were just, I started crying when I read them. Another event that we've done is the Women's Festival for Women's History Month. We had some trivia and some really cool prizes. And many people, we were really surprised actually because we didn't think that many people were going to show up to this, and let alone many people who would care about it. So we just kind of did basic trivia. So like one of the questions we actually got critiqued on, which I was really happy about actually, because we just said, when did women earn the right to vote? And the answer was 1920, but that's not for all ethnicities. So we were really proud of our students to critique us on that. And then another event that we've done is a National Day of Action. That was to support campus survivors of assault and abuse. And with that, we did a photo campaign. And so those are all uploaded on our Facebook page, and it was really powerful. It was when the Me Too movement was kind of just starting, and people were like going crazy about it, and it was awesome. And so if you're interested in any more information and participating in any of our events, or giving us ideas or feedback, we do hold weekly meetings, although it's at the end of the semester, so they're not going on anymore. But we do have our Gmail, pimafmla@gmail.com, or facebook.com/pimafmla. So, and you can talk to me or Ashley after the presentation. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to our Gender and Women's Studies program.
Excuse me, Ashley and Sabrina, who are your club sponsors?
Well, mine is Dr. Diana Rupp, who's amazing.
And then mine are Miranda Schubert, although she has moved to the U of A. Our co-advisor is Professor Hoblet. She's a music professor at West Campus. And then we're also a branch of the Feminist Majority Foundation. So.
Okay, let's give a shout out to the students and the club co-sponsors.
Yes, thank you. All right, thank you so much. Okay, so next up is our Global and Transborder Studies focus. And so if we could call our Professor Alicia Vasquez and PCC alum Wesley Fawcett up. And then for our student showcases, Mara. Is Mara up? All right. Okay, so let's turn it over to our Border Culture program.
Yeah? Okay, cool. Hi, I'm Alicia Vasquez. I'm the co-coordinator of the Border Cultures program, which is at the Desert Vista campus. I have been part of the project since its inception in 2015. And yeah, I'm very excited to be co-coordinating it with Dr. Sandra Shattuck, who is actually teaching a course right now. So the Border Culture program is funded by the National Endowment for the Humanities. And what it does is it brings together 4 different courses, kind of introductory level courses at Pima, as well as represents a partnership with Earlham College's Border Studies program, where students from across the country come from multiple liberal arts colleges to learn about the history of the US-Mexico border. And so it's been a really fantastic addition in that they actually are in classes with Pima students who are the real experts of what it means to be fronterizos. Oy, excuse me. So what these classes are, it's a series of 4 classes that are standard gen ed courses, 2 options of writing, either 101 or 102, and then 2 MAS classes, including Introduction to Chicana, Chicano, Chicanx Studies, and the class that I teach, History of Mexican Americans in the Southwest. And so these classes have an explicit emphasis on border history and border culture, while still teaching the general student learning outcomes. And so one of the best things about these classes is when we think of border here in Tucson, we generally think of that line, that wall that is about an hour south of us. But we use the term border very expansively to talk about the borders that exist sociopolitically, interpersonally, and intrapersonally, the borders that exist within us. So we bring in all of those kind of isms, notions of sexuality, gender, ability, citizenship status, as well as feminism, to bring that kind of intersectional focus into what is generally traditional Mexican-American studies classes. Our students meet about 5 times as these 4 classes throughout the semester. They come together and have the opportunity to discuss and dialogue about the intellectual scholarship that they've been learning in each of the classes. And we find this very important because so often in our society we are taught not to talk about these hard issues. And so we talk about some of the intersections of historical trauma, borders, and how the past is still living today and how it's influencing today. And so one of the best, I think, aspects of the program, however, is the ability to interact with community. And so we've had the opportunity to work with over 20 different community partners over the last 4 semesters, ranging from Derechos Humanos, No More Deaths, past Pima students who have come and spoken to my class, who you'll hear from later. Spoken Futures at the Hana Atam Nation. We actually hosted an indie film called Uncolonized, where a family who chose to not send their children to traditional K-12 schools came and talked about their experiences and how that relates to ethnic studies courses and the overall themes of border cultures. And we've also interacted with the Luis Carlos Bernal Gallery, so we are interacting with other Pima institutions, and it's not just at Desert Vista. And one program that I wanted to highlight, one interaction with community, actually took place with this lovely artist sitting to my right. Last semester, my History 127, my MAS 127 course, and Dr. Shattuck's Writing 101 course actually went down to the Museum of Contemporary Art. And there they saw this fantastic artistic display on borders, and specifically what it means to transgress and cross the US-Mexico border today, and kind of the root causes for migration and immigration, and the complexities of sociopolitical rhetoric that has been going on. And so Wesley Fawcett Cray was very generous in coming to our class and interviewing the students about what they knew about the murder of Jose Antonio Elena Rodriguez at the hands of Border Patrol agent Lonnie Schwartz. So that was in 2012, so 16-year-old Jose Antonio was on the Mexican side and was actually murdered when their Border Patrol agent shot through the gate, the fence. And as most of us know in this room, he was found, not guilty. And so this is something that is very, very pertinent to the historical scholarship, the modern day rhetoric, and we find that art is one of the best ways to talk about this. So I'm here to turn it over to Wesley so she can share what she did with all of this information.
Thank you, Alicia. I just wanted to say that I've been affiliated with Pima Community College in many different capacities over the years. First as a student, I actually took one of Francisca's classes probably a dozen years ago now. So this has been a huge influential institution for me that I've kept kind of engaging with in different ways. I've taught here, and then I've worked as an independent artist collaborator with the Border Cultures program. My work is best defined as social practice, and within that, I'm really focused on storytelling and record keeping, kind of creating documentation of public opinion, public discourse surrounding certain social, political issues. So this project that I'm going to explain more and we're going to show a snippet of falls into that pretty squarely. But basically, it was a commissioned work by the Museum of Contemporary Art. I approached them to work with their after-school program of 8 to 11-year-olds. And I said, I want to work with a group of youth. I want to talk about borders. I want it to be in conjunction with this exhibit you're putting on in the fall. This was the fall of 2017 now. So I spent 6-7 weeks every week working with this group of 8 to 11-year-olds to create visual imagery for a collaborative animated video. And that's where Border Cultures came in, because we thought, what if we got perspectives from college-age students and high school students as well? So I collaborated and presented for the Border Cultures classes, and also worked with a Tucson High Art Appreciation class who lent all the video, or all of the audio component to this video snippet we're gonna see. So basically, this is an animated video that's basically about the perceptions of the US-Mexico border, both imagined and real, because it's imagery from 8 to 11-year-olds, some of whom haven't really had a direct experience with the border yet.
Felt weird.
And my mom chooses not to take us over there. She'd rather go to like San Diego and take the extra 2 hours than to go over there and like put us in danger because of all the stuff that goes on. It's scary sometimes, but nothing else.
Have you ever been pulled over?
Yes. Almost every time we get like, it goes off the alarms, so we have to get pulled over. People suffer knowing that their families is on the other side, and they're not allowed to see them, and they haven't seen them in years, and it's not fair that people from here can go over there and they can't go over here.
So you've been to Mexico?
Yeah, in Nogales.
In Nogales. So
my mom got deported actually. It sucks. Like, I don't like living without her. And like sometimes, like, cause I was born here, and like I have my papers and everything, you know. And like sometimes I cross, and like they put me in the inspection, like to ask all kinds of questions. Like, but I don't know why. Like I was born here, and I have my papers, like everything to like cross, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think, like, sometimes I just think, like, oh, it's because, like, they see that I'm Mexican. And they, I don't know, that's what I always think. It's because I'm, like, not white.
All right. Do you have family there?
Yeah.
Where's your family?
In Santana.
Santana. And do they come and visit you?
No.
How come?
Because they can't come over here. Because they don't have their papers. The family that I do have over there are like able to come here for a little bit, and I'm able to go over there. Usually that's what I
Okay, next up we're going to have our student showcase. So we have Mara Almanza, who's a Mexican-American Studies student. Could you turn the lights up, please? Thank you.
Well, my name is Mara Almanza. I'm a Mexican American Studies student with Professor Francisca Hernandez. She's great. She invited me to speak here today because at our first day of class, I explained that I am a DACA student and I came here when I was 2 years old, or maybe even younger. I'm not quite sure. I've lived here my entire life. I've never visited Mexico. I've never gone back. I have a lot of family that lives there. I speak to them on the phone every now and then. I don't know them very well. I wish I could meet them. Never met my paternal grandparents, sadly. But I just wanted to speak about my experience and how this class has really changed my life. With recent things like occurring with DACA and the cutting of, like the banning of us being able to receive in-state tuition, I really saw my prospects of like continuing my education dwindle, and I thought about just ending after this semester when I graduate with my associates. But after taking this class and realizing there's like a whole community behind students like me that support students like me and advocate for students like me and want to help students like me, I have a rejuvenated like fight for wanting to continue my education and like make my parents proud, because they worked very hard for my sister and I. Even though my sister is a citizen, they worked very hard so that we received a good education. Sadly, we grew up very far away from the Mexican community because they thought that we would develop better that way and be more included into society and not judged so much, which didn't work out so well because being the very like limited Mexican students at a majority white kids school, you get made fun of, you get picked on. But I received a good education and I'm here now where my my cousins and stuff aren't in the same position, and I just want to make them proud, and I want to show them that all the sacrifices they made as immigrant parents, struggling to find jobs and struggling to keep get us ahead and have a roof over our head. I want to represent them, and I want to keep going, and I want hopefully DACA to keep going and to become something more, maybe a path to citizenship. Right now, university options are limited for me. I'm looking everywhere. I'm looking at anything, but I'm proud to be DACA, and I'm proud to be a student, and I'm proud to be Mexican, extremely proud, and I want to thank her class because I didn't know anything about Mexico or being Mexican or what that meant or my roots or my history, and her class has opened my eyes and taught me so much, and I'm very proud now. Where I wasn't so much a year ago, I am very proud now to be Mexican and to be a DACA student, and I want to represent that we're here. We don't say it out loud very often because of the stigmatism that comes with being DACA and Mexican and an immigrant, but I want to say that I am proud and that I am here and that we are here, and I'm going to keep fighting and I'm going to keep going, and I hope that everyone else who's DACA, which I've met very few, but I hope they all keep going, and these classes are great.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Mara, please know that we are proud of you as well. We're very proud. Thank you. Thank you to our panelists on global and transborder studies. So I'm going to invite our next panelists up now. So if Lorenzo Lopez and Guadalupe Krishank and Bryant and James, if you could all come up and I'll introduce you. And I think we have a little video playing while they're getting settled. And that video was actually created by Abraham Cooper, and it is a visual poem, an ode to a place in Tucson called El Teratito, also known as the Wishing Shrine. And Abraham has researched the shrine for more than 12 years. So I want to introduce now, we have more initiatives and collaborations, and this is actually our final group of panelists for this morning. And so these are really collaborations on, and growing your own educators. So first up is to really discuss a culturally responsive curriculum is TUSD Director Lorenzo Lopez. So Lorenzo, let's start with you.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here today. Yeah, as mentioned, I am the director of the Department of Culturally Responsive Pedagogy and Instruction at TUSD. As we're all aware, the history of ethnic studies in the K-12 setting has been long and rich, dating back to the walkouts in 1969 at Tucson High School to the creation of MAS in 2000. I'm going to take a second here and acknowledge my colleagues who are here with me. These folks work extremely hard in implementing the most successful elements of what was the Mexican American Studies Department within Tucson Unified, excuse me. So thank you all for being here. Please raise your hands so I want to acknowledge everybody here that's... Thank you. Actually, one of the first forms of Chicano studies was actually taught by one of our colleagues, Mr. Sal Gabaldon, back in the early 90s at Pueblo High School. So our efforts have been long, and the struggles have definitely continued up until the elimination of the Mexican American Studies Department in 2010 with the passage of ARS 15112, and then moving forward to 2013 where the department, CRPI, was created and the courses, which we'll be talking about, were created. While these efforts have been long and sorted, it's always a shifting ground. Dr. Valenzuela mentions that in Arizona, it's like building on shifting ground, and yeah, it is like that. It's also like a crazy Arizona two-step in which you take 2 steps forward and 1 step back, and that's a bit frustrating at times. But it's important to recognize the efforts that are ongoing and the progress that has been made and continues to be made. With the collective support of people like you and events like these, we've been able to move forward. While the name of culturally relevant pedagogy and instruction is long and complex, and it leaves something to be desired and something to work for in the future, this is what we have today, and this is what we're moving forward with. Our current department offers courses in Mexican American Studies and African American Studies as well, focusing on the literature, the history elements of our curriculum. But our biggest issue is in implementation and teacher preparation. We expend great efforts in working with our existing teachers and providing quality training. It would be really nice to have these folks coming out of college that are already ready and primed to go into the classrooms and go into this work. So we're working with our colleagues here at Pima as well as the University of Arizona to develop these pipelines. Pipelines to create teachers who wish to go into teaching ethnic studies at the K-12 setting. While we continue to work and train our existing teachers, and we continue to provide trainings to our existing teachers. And what you see on the presentation before you are just some examples of the literature that we use, the courses that we offer. We also provide unique opportunities for our teachers and prospective teachers to be involved in training such as what you see before you in this flyer. 2 years ago, we had the pleasure of having Dr. Valenzuela come in and present. Top tier educators come in. So these trainings are extensive and high quality. But again, the initiative is in developing a grow your own program. The need continues. You know, an extension of that is not only the pipeline to to develop these teachers, but also to get students into higher ed. And we're very happy to have Gabriel Higuera, who's teaching one of our dual enrollment courses over at Santa Rita, and Mr. James Palacios will tell you more about that today. But it is because of folks like you and events like this that we've been able to continue our work moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lorenzo. So next up on our panel is we have a little discussion about the Roskridge Bilingual K-8 School Partnership, and we have Pima Community College faculty member Dr. Guadalupe Crickshank and PCC student Bryant Ramos.
Just a little introduction. About 2 years ago, we started a project with the Roskridge School. Ms. Rawls from Roskridge asked us to help her with her Spanish class. We call it Éxito en Dos Idiomas. And Bryant, our student, he's going to help us explain.
So my name is Brian. I am from Mexico. I am an international student, and right now I'm doing the translation and interpretation program here in Pima Community College. And I have the great experience to participate with Guadalupe and Barto Padilla and Roskridge, working with kids for 7 and 8 grades. And wasn't a great surprise for me for being in the classroom, and they are already bilinguals. And we teach them techniques to translation, and specific for legal and medical. And we was in Roskridge once a week, every Friday for 1 hour. On the final of the semester, they came here to Pima Community College and teach to us, to the class for translation and interpretation, and all the students from here was very surprised to the level for them and the techniques and everything. So for me, it was a great experience to participate in here. Also, we have the opportunity to went to San Francisco at the Legal Innovation Conference and present this project right there, and wasn't a successful like our topic. And we have the opportunity to give a little certification to them for the participation in this program.
Are you finished? All right, thank you so much. And I was privileged to go to the graduation for that ceremony as well. Okay, so next up to talk about a dual enrollment collaboration is Santa Rita High School Principal James Palacios and PCC staff member Sarah Hastings.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to come in and present part of what we're trying to work on there at Santa Rita High School. As you mentioned, my name is James Palacios. I'm the principal over there at Santa Rita High School.
And I'm Sarah Hastings. I'm over at our Pima Community College East Campus as the dual enrollment liaison for that service area.
One of the biggest challenges for us is how do we make it important for students in the high school level to have access to post-secondary education. One of the hardest things for myself as becoming a principal there, and even before that when I was an assistant principal, I always wanted to see if there's any way that we can try to find a pathway for our students to have post-secondary education opportunities. I've always been part of Title I schools. I've always been of highly ethnical type, diversity type schools where our students are becoming really shy, or they're not very like the opportunities are not in their grasps. We want to try to make sure that we eliminate the barrier and trying to provide the opportunity for students to be able to take this. One of the biggest tasks is we have 2 organizations who have different policies, and the last 3 years, our biggest challenge was trying to align the policies and making sure that we have strong collaboration and strong partnership going on, and making sure that we're talking about those situations and looking at state law and what are the requirements, what can we do, what can you do as Pima Community College, and trying to blend something where students have a strong opportunity and being able to take advantage of college classes while they're in high school. As Lorenzo mentioned earlier, Mr. Higuera is one of our History Mas 105 teachers, and one of the biggest things that I see out of those students, when I first saw the roster, I saw a few students in there, I'm like, wow, I never really thought that the student would take this opportunity. And speaking to the gentleman now, the student now, he's a critical thinker. He's very outspoken, and he expresses himself to a greater detail. I never would have seen that before him taking this class. So I think the confidence level in him has been greater, and I really see that for us to continue our partnership and keeping that dialogue alive and strong, that I think we're going to be able to tap into more of our diverse students and being able to create opportunities that they never would have been able to take advantage of in the past. Now, there's quite a bit of number of people, I was going to say students, sorry. Well, there are students in here too, right? But there are a number of people in here who really should take a lot of credit for speaking to the TUSD schools, to our high schools, to our high school students, that we are here for students. We are all student-centered. We are trying to create the best possible opportunity for all. And in order for us to do that, I think we're right there in terms of the partnership, the conversations, and all of the dialogue that has been created because of all of you being here today. That number one was getting me nervous, so I was like, gotta hurry up.
I did want to mention, much to Mr. Palacio's credit, that this program has really grown over the last 3 years. We've seen enrollments when we first started with our dual enrollment courses, maybe in the 15 to 20 students, and we've had 74 students interested in this program and being successful in this program this year. And that's a big deal for those students.
Speaking of that, I know I probably have about 15 seconds, but the first time I walked on that campus, we had one dual enrollment course. Today, we have students taking 17. I have a senior that's going to be graduating with 33 college credits. And right there, they've already accepted, whether it's in Texas A&M, TCU, Georgetown. Now we're having students think bigger, because now it's reachable for them. And that's what we're trying to do here as a partner. So thank you, Pima Community College.
Thank you. Thank you very much, James and Sarah. And our final panelist up this morning is PCC Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer, Hilda Ladner. Hilda.
Thank you, Dr. Dore. Is this on? Well, good afternoon now, and I really realize that I'm the last voice between us and lunch and a fabulous performance by Ojalá System, so I'll be brief. Again, my name is Hilda Ladner, and I use she, her, and hers pronouns. I am the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer here at Pima Community College. I've been in my job now for almost 4 months. It'll be 4 months tomorrow, and it's been a great opportunity to come back home to see the work that we're doing. And there's really a lot that precedes me. You've already heard from our chancellor that talked about our numbers, that we're a Hispanic serving institution. We're excited about that, and that's important work, that we recognize that we serve over 40% of our students are Latinx students, and that we're developing practices that allow for those students to be successful, and they're moving those practices out into the community so that all of our students can be successful and we can share that more broadly. So I look forward to creating more pathways and pipelines through our systems and into the University of Arizona and other four-year institutions, or into programs, completion of programs for our students. there's a lot of work that precedes me, and I know that a lot of people in this room worked to develop our strategic plan around diversity, equity, and inclusion. There are a lot of metrics in there, goals, things that we're supposed to achieve as an institution. But one of the primary things that we need to be doing here is to really work on developing and building the intercultural competence and the diversity of our faculty and our staff here at Pima, that we reflect the community that we serve, because we have to realize and know that for most of our students of color, they're entering through community colleges, and we need to be doing a better job of creating spaces where students can be successful in achieving their academic goals. And so that's a big part of my work right now, making sure that our students see themselves reflected in our faculty and our staff and our curriculum and our programs, so that this is a community for them, that this is an affirming community for all of our students. And it's nice to be in this space with so many people that are so affirming, working in this area, that recognize all of the assets and strengths that we bring into our different programs and institutions. And so, again, it's important that we shift our attitudes and that we think about our students and their experiences as a strength that they're bringing into our spaces, and that we are developing this and recognizing that as minority-serving institutions, we can't use that excuse of there aren't enough people of color out there to fill the positions in our institutions. We have those people as people of color. We are committed to this work. We want to be part of this work. I came back to Arizona to do this work. And so we need to be inclusive, thoughtful, and bring more of our students to and through our institutions. So thank you.
Thank you, Hilda. And let's give a hand to all of our presenters this morning. And as we are leaving, we're going to play the University of Arizona video as you're leaving for lunch, okay?
Nana, what are you cooking? It smells amazing.
Oh, I'm cooking pozole, our traditional Mexican soup. I remember my mother used to cook for the whole family. We love it. You will love it too. You look very sad, Camila. What happened?
I'm just confused. I don't even know what to study. I mean, all my friends know what they're going to study, and I don't.
Don't worry, Camila. Listen your heart very careful, and you will find your path.
Well, how did you find your path?
Oh, it was not that easy. Our family fought very hard to get where we are right now. You know, pass the album, please. Here is our family picture. And he is your great-great-father when he fought in the Mexican-American War in the year 1848. It was a defining event for both nations that transformed the region and forged a new identity for its people. By the end of the 2 years, Mexico ceded nearly half of its territory to the United States and signed the peace treaty called the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. A half century later, another conflict emerged, the Mexican Revolution. Our family and many others had no choice but flee to the United States. Growing up, I remember my dad, your great-grandfather. He started working many jobs in a farm and building railroads, and sometimes in a copper mine. He was part of the Bracero program that allowed Mexican workers to take temporary work in the United States because of lack of manpower creado por la Segunda Guerra Mundial. During that time, my dad often talked about exploitation, poor working conditions, and discrimination, which eventually led to the Chicano movement in 1960 that had roots in the civil rights struggles. I remember like it was yesterday, when I was luchando for educational rights with Mecha. At the same time, the women's rights were forgotten. So we joined the Commission Femenil Mexican National. Our voices had to be heard. Then we started building barrios like the one where we live now, and continuing to maintain a rising tradition. We did not want to forget our stories. We fought for you and have rights to choose for you, your future, and the next generation.
This is me and my Nana. The story I just told you was the story of my grandmother. And now her story is my story too. That's why I enrolled in the Mexican American Studies program at the University of Arizona, to continue this legacy and to help our community even more. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello, everyone. As a reminder, my name is Lorraine Morales, and I serve as the president for the community and the East campuses here at Pima Community College. It's been an exciting morning, hasn't it? Are you all energized? You have filled your heads with all of the work that we are currently doing. Now it's time to put it to good use and tell us what your Center of Excellence should look like. That is going to be the information that we're going to be gathering from all of you today. So, welcome back. Are you awake? Heavy meal, no sleeping. So before I introduce our provost, I want to remind you that we're going to be participating in workshops this afternoon to help us to imagine what our Ethnic, Gender, and Transborder Studies Center of Excellence is going to look like. We are then going to wrap up today's activities with recognitions and a closing ceremony. Please then plan to visit our exhibits and book signings in the atrium, and also, don't forget, make a donation for the program, for student scholarships and programming, and we have the foundation sitting outside ready to take your checks. So now, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce Dr. Dolores Duran Cerda. She has served as Provost and Executive Vice Chancellor at Pima Community College since July of 2017. She was also acting Provost for a year and a half before that. In this role, she leads and oversees all academic and some student affairs areas for the college, all while focusing on student success, community engagement, and diversity. She makes sure that the $10.6 million budget aligns with the academic vision for our Hispanic-serving institution. She began at Pima in 1997 as an adjunct faculty member and was then hired as a full-time faculty. She taught for a decade in the World Languages Department and occasional courses in Mexican American Studies here at this campus. Dr. Duran Cerda earned her PhD in Latin American literature with an emphasis in poetry. That explains it. And her master's in Hispanic literature, both from the University of Arizona. She holds a bachelor's with honors in Spanish, French, and secondary education from the University of Iowa, Phi Beta Kappa. In March of 2017, she completed the American Council on Education's Institute for New Chief Academic Officers. And just very recently, she was accepted into the very prestigious Aspen Presidential Fellowship that she will start in June. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Dolores Duran Cerda.
Thank you, Lorraine, for that kind introduction. Buenas tardes, good afternoon. How are we doing? Excelente? Yes? Well, thank you so much for taking the time to be here today with all of us. We have a lot of work to do, And I hope you enjoyed the keynote speaker and the panelists this morning. I thought it was fantastic. So we're very fortunate to have had that experience. Okay, so this afternoon, we are engaging in an exercise imagination. We want you to help us imagine the Ethnic, Gender, and Transborder Studies Center of Excellence in terms of where it will be, what it will look like, and the kind of personnel who will work there, and the funding that is needed. This information will supplement the input we received at last year's summit with your help, which we used to develop a proposal outlining the activities for the Center of Excellence. Okay, sure. And I will read the definition of a Center of Excellence. So a Center of Excellence is a team and a shared facility within the college that provides leadership, best practices, support, and training in its disciplinary areas. An educational center of excellence is known for excellence in teaching, innovative programs, and involvement in new developments and new ways of working, while also demonstrating potential for growth through student recruitment, retention, and completion. So that's our definition. Okay, so the structure of this exercise this afternoon is 2 workshops, 40 to 45 minutes each. We have a timekeeper to keep us on task. Each workshop has 2 questions you will work on with a group at your table, or about 22 minutes per question. The first workshop will focus on issues of space and place for the EGTS Center of Excellence. In other words, at which campus should the Center of Excellence be located, and what kind of facilities or floor plan? Then the second workshop will focus on issues of personnel and budget. That is, what kind of positions do you think we need for the Center of Excellence, in addition to the departmental faculty, and also what about financing? When the second workshop concludes, each table will have 2 minutes to report out their discussions. Okay, I will read the questions for you as we go along, and I will cue you when it is time to switch questions in both workshops. There will be a quick 5-minute break between the workshops for you to get up and stretch and get something to drink, perhaps. Given the short break time, please stay in the room unless you have an urgent need. So each table has a facilitator and a scribe. Okay, facilitators only, please raise your hands. Okay. The role of the facilitators is to keep the group discussion on topic. I know there's lots to talk about, but we have a task in hand. And to make sure everyone has a chance to contribute. Keep the conversation going and remain neutral. And facilitators, if you don't mind, please keep your comments to a minimum as well. Thank you. You will have other opportunities after the summit to give their input. Okay, so those were the facilitators. Any tables without a facilitator? Okay, up here in the front. So maybe we can volunteer somebody. Brooke will be the facilitator. Great. Thank you, Brooke. Okay, scribes. Now raise your hands. Who are the scribes? Okay, raise your hands if you're a scribe. Do we need to distribute anything to them? Okay. So scribes, your job is to write down key words and main points of the conversation at your table. Only the scribes will write on the pads of paper sitting on the easels or taped to the walls, unless the group decides otherwise. If you do not have a scribe at your table, please take 20 to 30 seconds to choose one now. Okay, scribes, please write down your table number at the top of the first page of your writing pad. Those who will report for the group later may use the index cards at your tables, as may others in the group. So you should have some index cards in the middle of your table. Okay, I lost my place. Those who report verbally have 3 minutes each for their presentation. Okay, again, you have approximately 45 minutes for 2 questions in each workshop. The questions you will be discussing with others at your table will be projected on the screen in addition to copies at your tables. So let's take a look at the first question. Select 1 or 2 campus locations that your group thinks is or are best for the Center of Excellence. Please give reasons for your choices, and when you provide the reasons, think about the purpose and activities of the Center of Excellence and accessibility for students and the community. If you have more than one campus, rank them at the end of the discussion if you can. So are we ready? Yes? Okay, you may now begin with the first question. Okay, we're going to continue with the second workshop. Now remember, this second workshop is about personnel and budget. So the first question is, and Mike's going to help us put it on the screen. Okay, everybody, please take a look at the screen. This is the first question for the second workshop. It is, what kind of people would be working at the Center of Excellence in terms of the kind of duties and responsibilities they would have? Please identify at least 3 of the most important or key positions. You can draw an organizational chart if you'd like to, or more than one. Okay, so please go ahead and begin. We have until 2:55. Second question, it's kind of a robust one. Draft a 5-year budget for the Center of Excellence. Just do your best. Guesstimate. Okay, it's time to stop now. The second workshop is over. Each table will now report back on the following items, okay? So the first thing you're going to report out on is the group's preferred campus. Okay, that's the first thing, preferred campus. Number 2, the 3 most important features of the space or floor plan. I'll repeat that. The 3 most important features of the space or floor plan. Number 3, the 3 most important positions, the personnel. And 4, a dollar figure for the budget of each of 5 years. Do you want me to go through that one more time? Okay, so 1, the group's preferred campus. 2, the 3 most important features of the space or floor plan. 3, the 3 most important personnel positions. And 4, a dollar figure for the budget for each of the 5 years. Okay, so now you also have to select a spokesperson from your table. I'll give you 30 seconds to select a spokesperson who will very succinctly will report on these 4 issues. Succinctly. And everybody has 2 minutes to report out the key issues, and I will be the timekeeper in just a sec.
Hi, my name is Christy. I am representing Table 1 for the first question, location. So our most ideal location would be downtown campus, just because we know that there's a lot of space freeing up in the next 5 years. And also there's a lot of common ground between other organizations that'll be really great. Do I just constantly stare at that? Okay. So we really think that this location is great for connecting things to the YWCA, the mosque that's right next to us, the Casa de los Niños building that's going to be built in the next 5 years, like within the next 5 years, and totally like a lot of different grassroots organizations that are happening downtown. There is a lot more community that we can bring together, because this isn't just for PIMA students. It can become a community-based organization, and this building can be kind of a community building, and hopefully that will more likely bring in more attendance to classes, seminars, events outdoors, and convert those people who are just casually interested into these topics and make it a passion of theirs, and they will become students and move on to big, better things. And U of A. Brianna.
Hi, my name is Rina. I'm from West Campus. I'm answering the question number 2. What would it look like? So the 3 key points is the first key point is safe place, and the second one is comfortable place, and the third one is accessibility. And then we started thinking about the floor plan for the room. And then we come up with a circle community, which other rooms of gender and ethnic studies offices around the circle community where people can interact each other often. And then we come up with a little library into the office so that people can have a resource to study it for. In a community where people can hang out and talk about about classes and academic stuff, and then we have couches. People can feel comfortable hanging out there, and the kitchen as well. They can hold to serve 100 people.
Okay, yeah. Okay, we're at 3 minutes right now, so if we can do this briefly, please.
For the 3 main positions, we feel very strongly that we need more than 3. We need a dean who is in charge of all of it, kind of the head of everything. Director, so a director for each department, so a director for the Native Studies, Latinx, African, and Asian Studies. Preferably a director that is really knowledgeable about their specific field and can really devote all of their time to that one field and all of their expertise to that one field. A counselor, kind of there to support the students and people and for someone to talk to about issues or questions, concerns, or someone that can direct you to a specific department, or she said, if you're DACA, they can refer you to someone or somewhere that can help you, or financial or other, whichever path you need direction towards, the counselor can help you. A coordinator of community affairs that would kind of bring together community and bring people in and help us organize events and just be more kind of involved. An administrative assistant, which would help the dean and other people to take a little burden off the shoulders and be there as a backbone. Marketing and social media outreach, because social media is very important and we need our presence known, and we need people to know that where our location is and what we offer and our programs, and to help also bring people in, but through social media, which many people get a lot of their information from. And then last, communications and student and ambassadors, so people like students who are involved and kind of speak out about the programs and also help bring awareness, but through the student perspective, which a lot of people, other students would prefer and people would prefer, because it's always good to get a student's perspective on courses.
Excuse me, Mara. We have to move on to the next table. Thank you so much.
All right, y'all. My name is Marcos from table number 2. And so our preferred location is downtown campus for a lot of the similar reasons, where it's going to be most centrally located, has the easiest access for transportation, and also, as this group pointed out, is much more connected to a lot of the organizations and things that we would be tapping into to connect students to. three most important parts of our facility would be a childcare facility, a kitchen, and a community room, like meeting space where we could use that for education, also community workshops, and potentially even have it be a rentable space to create some revenue for the center as well. And then the last part is we're thinking of positions, right? So we also thought a director would be really helpful. We would love a manager of child care to ensure that that is not only handled appropriately, but also if we could get that to be approved, that could actually be a way that we accept money from the state to provide child care to people who qualify for foster care. So another maybe way to support students, diversify, create income for the actual center as well. And our budget, we decided that we needed $485,000 every year because we're important and we deserve it.
Thank you. Okay, table 3.
All right, so table 3, my name is Alejandra Encinas, she, ella pronouns. So same as the groups before me, our preferred location is downtown for the same reasons, accessibility, etc., etc. Some of the key features for our space, we kind of wanted to be like an hacienda style kind of space with like a patio on the center, just because we think it's important for us to be in contact with nature, you know, to get like that healing going. Community rooms, safe space, some faculty offices, of course, and then some classrooms, and just as team 2, we're also thinking childcare and a kitchen area, because, you know, we gotta eat. So same thing, kind of classrooms, etc., etc. So what we were thinking is that it would be really great to have like a mural space outside where like students can actually come and express their art. And sadly, we say that we want a bulletproof glass door because, you know, we need to. So some of the staff that we want, you know, like faculty, some support staff, receptionists, counselors, etc., etc. But something that I think is very important that we talk about is that we want this to be, we actually came up with a budget, just ignore this. We want it to be a student-based, student-led, and student-built, because we were talking that, you know, we have a construction program, we have a CAD program, we have an electric program, AC, etc., etc. All of what we will need to build this building, it's right here at Pima, and it will be very important to, like, you know, have the students as involved as they can in this project. And then budget. So we say $5 million for the building, building plus equipment, of course, and then just like overall for like faculty, utilities, maintenance, resources. We also included the scholarships, development, speakers, etc., etc. We are saying $2.8 million a year. So yeah, that's ours.
Thank you. Okay, going on to table 4.
Hi everyone, I'm Susana Sepulveda. For table number 4, we decided on downtown campus as because of its proximity to a lot of the resources and partnerships that we can work with. For the floor plan, 3 main spaces was a receiving lobby, a welcome space, a kitchen, an all genders bathroom, and we added another one, a community room or multi-purpose room. And for our top 3 positions, we decided on director, fundraiser, coordinator, program coordinators, and for our budget, we decided on $750 a year.
Thank you. Table 5.
Hi, I'm Cindy Trejo, and our preferred campus was downtown for the same reasons everyone's echoed. Our 3 most important features was that it had a community feel, that it was holistic, that there was space for speakers and special contractors to come in, and that it was comfortable for students, had a lounge feel. Our important positions were coordinators, student workers, and money in there for professional contractors, community speakers, researchers, social workers to help students. Our budget, it's not our money, so we said 1.3 million a year.
Okay, thank you. Table 6.
Hi. Is it working? Okay, sorry. Hi, my name's Luce. For us, we chose both West and Downtown. Downtown for the same reasons as everybody else. But West is a lot bigger, and it has a lot more of like population. So like a lot more people will know about these programs and stuff like that. We would want like murals and stuff like that, and like enlakech, like quotes around. And it's an easy place to get resources. There's a lot of people there. There's a lot of professors there. And it's just a very big place to get everything that you need, basically. That's
So we concentrated mostly on the campus itself instead of the inside of the interior. So we had our kitchen, a full-size gym, and Olympic-sized pool. Hey, you know, go big or go home. We had a very large building for the arts, dance, music, studios, murals, and so forth, a cafeteria, sitting area, lots and lots and lots of gardens with vines connecting the buildings. But also this down here is our little coliseum with more like a kiva in terms of the entrances for it would face true north, south, east, and west. And so that when you're looking down on it from above, it has a more symbolic feel to it. As far as people and budgets go, we just went a little crazy too. Our asking price is only $810,000 for our people. So that doesn't include our building costs. So we would just want to make sure everyone who's working there is diverse, has an open mind, is student-centered, because students come first, so there's no point in being there. We want a visiting professor every year from one of the universities, advisors, budget consultants, grant writers, professional fundraisers, because we're going to need that, financial aid officers, program coordinators, because we're going to have a big yearly conference where all the students' works will be exhibited, security to some extent, not so much. Let's see, and then what am I leaving out? Eventually get maybe a transportation in our 5-year plan, a transportation that would allow for the different campuses, or for students to go from one campus to the other, to all come to the COE. So we'd have our own little cat trans, so to speak. A newspaper, a podcasting center, and lots of space for professional development. And I think that's it.
Excellent, thank you. Table 7.
Okay, our preferred campus, is this okay, Kettle? Okay, is the West Campus. I had no influence, I promise. So the reason why the West Campus is because of the high student activity, let's see, higher student population, and we also talked about community recognition, that there are some community members that think of the West Campus first when they think about Pima Community College, and Downtown Campus was a very close second for all the other reasons that were already stated. Okay, the 3 main things that I want to emphasize that came out of our discussion is that this has to be a place where everyone feels comfortable and it's a welcoming environment. And so we actually spent a lot of time on our design. So for those of you who can't see our picture, I'm going to just hold it up for a second. Here, Patricia. Okay, so in our space, it's 12 to 15,000 square feet. We have a multi-purpose room with movable walls so that it could be functional. We can make classrooms. We also thought it would be nice to have a coffee and tea bar near the entrance. We also want glass door and also bulletproof. Sadly, we talked about that as well. And then we would have a library resource room meeting space. We would have
offices for faculty and staff. We would have gender-neutral bathrooms, a storage room, computer facilities, a kitchen, and near our kitchen we would have a door that opens up so that we would have a courtyard too, because we think also indoor and outdoor space is very important. What? And lots of plants. That's why we have palm trees. Our three most important positions, I would say, are a director, program coordinator, and a faculty member. So we think it's really important to have a faculty member who is a director or a chair that works in unison with the director. So those would be our three main positions. And we think we need $2 million to create this space because it is 12 to 15,000 square feet, but it's 2 levels, and the second level is classroom. So we want to make sure that our faculty are teaching in this space. So that's why. So just for the first year, we need $2 million, but every year after that, it's about $2 million for professional development, personnel, programming, instructional technology, facilities, and supplies.
Thank you. Table 8, please.
Good afternoon. Can I get 2 claps so you guys can wake up real fast? 2 claps. Wait, no, hold on. You're early. 2 claps. Ready, go. Faster, go. One more time, go. Thank you. So, Kenneth Welch representing table number 8. Our preferred campus is the downtown campus for the same reason you guys have echoed. We'll echo it again for the 8th time. It is important because of accessibility and the relationship that you guys at Pima already have with established the U of A. Makes sense, right? 2 claps if you got it. Somebody was early. Try it again. Go. All righty. The most important places for us is our community room. That's the whole point of it all. Why have a space like this if you don't have a space for people to get together and share ideas? That is uber important. Office space and private space. When you start talking about some of these some of these ideas, people tend to be apprehensive. They may not want to come stand in their chair and shout and scream, I have this as a problem. They might want to have to close the door. So we think it's important to have a private space in and around our facility. Obviously, classrooms and classroom sizes are important because we want to be also teaching in the same spaces. We understand that. 2 claps if you got it, go. All righty. Our top 3 positions, we want to have a director. Obviously, that person is going to come directly from the faculty. They know the pulse of Pima as well as the surrounding environment. That makes sense. We also want to have a programming. The programming will have a chair where they will actually have an offset number, 5 or 7 students. We have this idea. They vote on it, the students, and it's the programmer that says, I think this is let's find the best ways to move forward with it. We also will have a grant writer based on the financials, based on some of the programs to see if we can make the financials make sense to make that program make sense. You guys got that? 2 claps, go. All righty, our budget is only $500,000. We tried to be the most cost effective when we're starting out. Don't judge us. We want to save $1 or 2. We don't want to have to switch to Geico to do it. With that being said, we definitely want to have a budget take care of the people, the directors, but also have the funds to financially grow and move forward. We didn't set up a 5-year financial budget plan. We set up the first year, 500. But we all know that growth kind of goes on a 3 to 4%. So imagine 500 grand times 3% the next year, et cetera, et cetera. If things go well, we think that we have a wonderful facility. We'd love to see you guys come share. 2 claps for table 8. Go. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and our last table, 9, there's nobody there, but 10.
So I want you to take a wild guess what campus we picked. Just take a wild guess. So downtown was the campus that we chose because of the reasons everybody kind of stated today. Its location, accessibility, and its ability for expansion and growth. So we kind of chose that as the number 1 location. The space, like everybody talked about, it has to be welcoming. It has to be places that can be flexible, multi-use. So we included faculty offices, classrooms, meeting spaces, places that you could have conferences. You could have committee organizations come in and do presentations, things like that. So that's what this center would have to be, kind of flexible like that. We didn't really design a floor plan, but a lot of the ideas that we saw is things that we talked about, kind of that welcoming atmosphere that had, indoor and outdoor kind of workable space. And so that's something that we talked about as well. The kind of events would be workshops, seminars, We talked about multi-generational usage, so that different people in the community could use a space that we would create for them. So that's something that we try to incorporate in our decisions. Accessibility also would be a big key for this center. So the space is kind of, like I said, multiple use, colorful comfort. We kind of talked a lot about the Northwest Student Life Center. That was kind of used as a nice copy or thing that we could use to kind of use that as like a blueprint and use that as if I don't know if anybody's seen the Northwest Student Life Center, but it's a pretty nice place to be in. So that's something like we talked about, like I said, flexible space, adaptable space, a space that could be used in multiple ways, not just one, kind of like going back to Kenneth's point about using it and saving some money there, so as well, so it's flexible. It also have to be personable, but it also have to be public in a way so that people could use it in both senses. Who would be there? We talked about faculty and advisors kind of being there. We talked about mentors, alumni, people students that were here currently in the program, but also graduates that could come back and work with individuals. So people like that would be in the center. We also wanted local and state legislative like aides and stuff like that to come in and kind of have that, an outreach to the people and stuff like that. So we thought that they would be good in there as kind of like a volunteer sense. We talked about an event coordinator and a student coordinator as well to kind of work with the students and the community to kind of build that relationship. We didn't really have a hierarchy structure, but we had more of like, what will we need to run a center? And so in the center is the center of excellence, and then we would have individuals kind of around that. A budget, I mean, we thought more of like what would we want to see long-term for our department and really more for the department. So right now we have about 3 full-time faculty. By the 5th year, we want to be to about 6 full-time faculty and growing. Advisors, we just have 1 advisor. So hopefully we could have 3 advisors at the end, something like that. And a coordinator for the center, we don't have one. Maybe we need 2 to 3 for different variety of reasons that we would need. Events, we spend about $20,000 a year on events. Maybe by the end we'd have $80,000 to kind of work on different events and bringing people in. We have no travel budget, so hopefully by the end we would have about $100K. And for facilities, we have none. And depending on how we would look at this center, because we even looked at maybe the center being a movable center, not something that's tied down to one location, but something that could move from time to time. So using flexible space across the district, kind of like our vet centers, that could be something that we could do at all the campuses and then maybe have a central location. We said about $2.5 million at the end of that 5-year budget to include that as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Wasn't that great? Continue with our Q&A session called Where Do We Go From Here? So we have our panelists, and Mike, you have the microphones, yes. So Mike has mics. So we'll go ahead and get started with the questions that you may have for our panelists, which consists of our work group.
We have members, those of us sitting up here are members of the Ethnic, Gender, and Transborder Studies work group, which formed 3 years ago. And named by Dr. Lorraine Morales, in fact. We formed 3 years ago in order to start these initiatives that we've been talking about today, and that has resulted in the department and the initiative towards the Center of Excellence. So the membership, has extended from students, staff, faculty, administrators, community members, some of which we represent here right now in front of you, and we're here to respond to you and do our best to answer any questions that have happened today or whatever you would like to express.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, Alejandra Encinas, she, ella pronouns. Well, first of all, thank you so much for creating this space for all of us, to learn our experiences. More than a question is a comment. Right before lunch, I approached Mara because I was telling her that up to the point where she talked, I was sitting down with a knot in my throat because it was very difficult for me to sit down and not hear anything about DACA, not hear anything about like our undocumented students. So just more than anything, a petition to keep in mind our documented and undocumented sisters and brothers. They are here, they should be visible, they are loud, so there's no reason for us to forget about them. So I just really hope to see many more allies, you know, like speaking up for them, speaking up for like every single student, every single minority, and every single student who needs us at the excellence, at the Center for Excellence of the Ethnic and Gender and Transborder Studies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Not respond, but to just make a couple of comments. I hear you, and I don't know how this fits in with our model. We did talk a little bit about it at our table, but part of the work that a few of us have been doing around the college is thinking about an immigrant and refugee resource center. I think it's going to come up as well at the next board meeting, and thinking about how we provide resources and a space for us to think about and provide information to students about what's going on, and provide information about how we're making decisions about our tuition policies and the work that we're doing at the college.
Thank you, because I think it's really important, and part of, we saw a little clip in the video that introduced EGTS where we had a brilliant student who talks about the insidious nature of our society is that it hides things that oftentimes we're not supposed to talk about or that we feel uncomfortable talking about. So I appreciate you resisting that and making yourself visible and sharing your experience, because we need it. And I think one of the other things that came up in some of the discussions at our table, and is something that I brought up to multiple people here in the institution, in our department, is thinking about, as we move forward, how do we diversify our understanding of diversity, right? So I'm so grateful to be here. I'm so appreciative. We're a fully Latino board right here, right now. And ethnic studies, race studies, our community has people who are other identities than Latino. So I think that's also one of my personal commitments. And so whether that's DACA, because that can apply to so many people, and especially refugee immigration centers. So I think that's one thing that hopefully all of us can do a little bit better and hold each other accountable and look at our own departments of who are we supporting, who do we hire, and things like that, to make sure that our faculty and our administration is as diverse as the students who want to access services through our college.
So before Marcos used they and them pronouns, there was a lot of talk about his story and her story, but there's not any mention of their story. And even in your literature here, I'm here representing queer youth, and they wouldn't even walk in the door without a mention of their story. And when it's reflected in your literature, as soon as you walk in, that immediately eliminates people's stories. And I had mentioned it to Hilda, when, you know, in the nonprofit world, when you're working with outdated literature that literally says GLB, and that's what we're presenting to our students, they immediately turn off. And the excuse is always, well, that's, you know, funding from old grants. But like, we have to like push forward with that. We can't just leave it at his stories and her stories, because it does eliminate people that do belong in this institutions. And yeah, just literature reflecting that is really important.
I have a question that's a lot more general, but I'm wondering if ethnic, gender, and transborder studies departments are showing up nationally, and if it's kind of a rethinking or a replacement of sociology, because I saw sociology is falling under this department.
I was recently at a conference. There have been so many, I forgot where it was recently. But yeah, they're not necessarily centers for ethnic, gender, and transborder studies, but I have seen some centers are developing centers or institutes on social justice. There are some community colleges in Florida and California, just to name a few that I've met that do have some developing some comprehensive social justice institutes at the community college level.
I'd like to also add that there are, departments, academic departments, and there are programs, and there are institutes all throughout, the Southwest, but particularly in California. Like we had an opportunity, to visit the annual summit for ethnic studies at Fullerton in California. And, very, very vigorous type of program, and with many activities happening, for the students, etc. But I am really very happy to share with you that we are pioneers at the college level in the state of Arizona. With everything that is happening, it's like we keep on and moving, and we move and we move, right? And of course, with the support of the administration, with the support, of faculty, of staff, but mostly the importance of having students moved and moving and saying, we want to have spaces that are going to be representative of who we are within all our humanity. And we want that space to be mutually inclusive, okay? We resist to have the othering of anyone. So I think that that's really becoming very clear here at Pima Community College. And I do know that the Center of Excellence is going to come and is going to create a massive movement across the state, because colleges, within our state are already looking at what we're doing, are already participating at the Ethnic Studies ATF, to articulate courses at a state level, and a space that previously was not visible, okay, is now being read upon and is going to stay. So what are we doing? That's what we're doing right now. Each of you is doing that right now. And that's why, I don't have enough words to thank you, because you took the time of your valuable lives to be with us this day, to share our expectations, our imaginaries of what social justice is like, what our communities need, and most importantly, the realization that we're a community college and that we are part of that community, and that if the community doesn't come to us, we go to the community, and vice versa, because we are due to you, the community. So thanks to every single one of you, who are community members, organizations, members, etc. But remember that we are student-centered. We want to provide the very best, for our state, and that goes with the education of our students, and not only the education, graduation, pipelines from high school, to college, graduate, go to the university, graduate, and on and on and on, because that transfers into human capital for all of us, in improving our lives. So thank you so very much.
Just to keep on the critical lens, we're doing kids a disservice, students a disservice, if we advocate a pipeline without critically looking at the chronically rising cost of higher education. Since I think it was 1990, U of A tuition has increased to 800%. So as hard as we push, the line is going to be pushed further. So we also have to advocate for, collectively at the state level, for kind of controlling and reining in this inaccessibility that's chronically plagued our communities since, since these systems have been founded in this land.
And then also just to the part of your question that related to sociology a little bit. I think EGTS, Ethnic Gender Transborder Studies, we're an umbrella and we're made up of a bunch of different departments with the intent to be interdisciplinary. So it's not so much removing or erasing any one of those things, but seeing them as another arm that maybe provides a level of social critique, a layer of academic skill that provides students the opportunity to see something maybe from a complementary point of view. And so I can speak for myself as a trained sociologist who also does gender studies. It's helpful for me to look at where gender is created in society and have those examples for students. And so really where the boundaries of those two things meet. And so for me, as the brand new person in this department, that was actually what attracted me to teaching in this department, was knowing that we have the support and are drawing in from multiple disciplines, which not only creates better ideas, but it creates stronger students who can navigate our, whether it's a job market, other institutions, better. So thank you for your good question.
Hi, Marla Franco from the University of Arizona. I just wanted to thank you. I attended last year and just really appreciate the way in which these environments are facilitated and the extension of community that you all bring in and draw into these events. I very much feel that sense of community here in this place. I guess my question is, logistically and timeline-wise, what can we expect? If we all assemble here next year, what might we imagine to have transpired with what we just did, today? And what might that look like? What updates might we anticipate in a year from now?
That's an excellent question, and we do have administrators today with us. So I would like to call on our one and only Lorraine, our president. She may have an answer, or at least, for now, right?
I can start, and Dr. Morales, our president, can jump in. So right now, the college we had an external consultancy done that helped inform our educational master plan and our facilities master plans. And so what will be happening as we're restructuring at the college, we're reorganizing and restructuring. It's been going on for a couple of years now. Part of it is because of our budget context. Part of it is because of the crisis of enrollments that are happening college-wide in community colleges and beyond. As Gabrielle alluded to, certainly tuition hikes impact those enrollments, but also the fact that we have gaps in terms of when unemployment is not as high, then we see some drops in enrollment. There's some natural trends that sometimes come with that. But we also are restructuring with our career and technical education programs. And so what we've been able to do with Ethnic Gender Transborder Studies is really start bringing value to how these courses not only help students be more successful, as we heard James Palacios talk about with Santa Rita High School, Gabrielle in teaching that class, how we help students achieve critical consciousness, start seeing themselves in the studies that they are learning about for the first time often in this context about their own epistemologies, their own histories, their own identities. We get to start expanding that. And thank you for the students and community members who have brought to light the pieces and the gaps where we do still need to reach out and grow, because it is a constant and a fluid area. So what we would expect would happen within the next year is we are going to start having centers of excellence at the different campuses. They're going to start out as being career and technical sites that will be centers of excellence. And then because we are an academic department, we will start filling in to where those centers of excellence are existing. And so that's part of why we're trying to figure out, well, what would our space look like? Where would our location be? So the courses that we offer don't go away. They will still be offered everywhere. But as we've heard, and we rely very heavily on you all for, what are the values that we need to incorporate into those spaces? How do we make sure that there are more safe spaces for our students in our communities? How do we leverage the existing resources, given that we have this budget context that isn't going to die down anytime soon? And how do we start pulling together these synergies so that we can really serve our communities more fully? So I would expect that within the next year, we would start seeing some movement, not only on construction, but on how we will start fitting into the bigger picture. And you'll see some more prominence with how our programs are our courses are tied to specific programs of study in ways that right now there's still a lot of options for students in terms of general education. We just came off of a whole initiative for pathways, which again is a national movement, and we will see more structured degree maps for students, more proactive advising that will help our students find our courses in ways that haven't been there before, that we're really looking forward to.
Thank you, Suzanne. I think what Suzanne was talking about covers it well. For the next step, we are going to, we're having the board talk about the revenue bond that we're going out for at the next board meeting in June. So one of the things that we're going to do is get the funding for our very first Center of Excellence, which is the Applied Technology, which will be here. And once we get that funding, then we begin with groundbreaking and construction for the building of that center here at this campus. That's also going to provide us some funding to move forward with construction in other parts of the campus, as well as moving for allied health at West and public safety and information technology at the East Campus. So it's going to be over the course of the next few years to look at what the construction is going to, what's going to be necessary here. This information is extremely important because we need to make sure as we are building out for our centers that we include at every place these types of spaces that enable us to bring, for our programs to bring in these types of events. So that's what we'll be working on as well.
So I just also wanted to respond quickly because I was interpreting your question within the context of the workshops. So I don't know if that's how you meant it, but the workshop we just had on the Center of Excellence. So to add to what was just said, you know, from the departmental perspective, you know, we have been working to develop the concept of the Center of Excellence for Ethnic, Gender, and Transborder Studies for 1 or 2 years now. Last year, we also had workshops in the summit to advance ideas about what the Center of Excellence should be like. We saw some gaps in the proposal in terms of facilities and budget. That's why we had those questions in the workshop today. We worked off of a proposal that we had developed a year ago and presented to administration, including our provost and chancellor. And we are committed, you know, we continue to try to maintain to be committed to push forward the proposal for the Center of Excellence, to keep it on a front burner as opposed to being placed on a back burner, and to show, you know, to have events like this that demonstrate the need, the passion, the desire, that there's public and student craving and hunger and passion for these things, right? This is how we are serving our community. And so your participation is really, really vital in terms of keeping this on the front burner and keeping it moving forward. And we are also exploring ways, because ethnic, gender, and transborder studies traditionally are institutionally academic transfer programs. But we think that these perspectives are vital regardless of career, job, academic, technical degree. So we are looking into how can we also infuse these perspectives into the technical program, certificate program areas. So that's also an area in which we're exploring, trying to see how we might be able to do that, because even if you're a welder or in CAD or a programmer, it's important to know about diversity, right? It's important to know when you're a computer programmer that, you know, that cyberbullying happens and women are disproportionately targeted, and you need to know those relationships in terms of what you do and then the end product, right? So we want to explore, expand, and have more applicability across programs within the college as well.
Sofia Ramos from U of A and Pima, Mexican American Studies and Diversity and all that. I just wanted to take a moment to really thank Francisca and Rosalia for their labor of love. For those of you in the room and out of the room that may or may not know, this has been, a 15-year journey, and they have been relentless in terms of, relentless is a good word, right? About knowing that this was something that needed to happen.
Some say stubborn.
Relentless. Unflappable. So anyway, I think I would really like us to give them a round of applause and appreciation for their hard work.
Well-deserved recognition. Thank you all for your contributions, your ideas, your innovation, and for the panelists also, your wisdom and willingness to make this Center of Excellence a real, come to fruition. Okay, thank you very much. So I think most of you are in the work group, right? Because we're all in the work group. Okay, so because the next thing was, would all the members of the Ethnic, Gender, and Transborder Studies work group please stand up to be recognized?
Well, we're here.
So, yes, we thank you. We also have some gifts that we'd like to distribute. We'd first like to start with recognition. Yeah, then we'll do the toast, sorry. We have two members in the administration who have been very helpful with this event and being very supportive. And that is Dr. Darla Zerbis, who could not be here today, but also Dr. Suzanne Desjardins, who's the dean and who has really supported the efforts of this event and of so many others. And so we want to recognize your efforts and support for Dr. Suzanne Desjardins. Oh, yeah. No, I'll hold it. You tell her.
So these are framed posters from our event in the fall, our second annual Raquel Rubio Goldsmith Lecture in Ethnic, Gender, and Transborder Studies, where we were graced with the presence of the great Joy Harjo, who signed the posters for Darla and for Suzanne.
Oh, cool. So I get the awesome pleasure of presenting an award to one of the amazing people that, like Rosalia, like Francisca, does so much work that goes not even unrecognized, but maybe unnoticed. So Cassandra, would you like to step forward, please? And especially, normally our event, we do this during spring break, which gives us a little bit of time, and it's a little bit calm. Being so close to the end of the semester means that Cassandra's been studying for finals, has 2 second 8-week classes, which means that things are really intense right now. And every day when we see Cassandra has the best energy, is so helpful. So let's hear another round of applause. Thanks, Cassandra.
Another person that we want to honor is Shana Chavez.
Shana has worked tirelessly for this summit today. She's done such an amazing job. She's worked really hard, and we're so thankful for all the work that she has done to make this such a success. I mean, if I do say so myself, it's been very successful. I hope I've just been hearing good things, so maybe you're just like giving me the good stuff. But but she's been amazing. So we really appreciate all the hard work that she's done.
Would like to call Dr. Yira Rimich. Paso adelante, please. We're granting Dr. Brimage this award for her dedication and love to higher education and all the support that she has always granted at the Ethnic, Gender, and Transborder Studies Department.
Every time we ask Ida for money, she says yes.
So we gave her the Phoenix.
Thank you. Yeah.
I would like to again acknowledge the hard work of my colleagues up on the stage and all of behind the scenes work that has gone into putting this labor of love together. As Dr. Dulan Certa told us, this is a work that's been going on for a long time, and having the recognition of having a public acknowledgement of it, I think is wonderful for these two ladies. I would like to also acknowledge that Rosalie is a short timer, a very short timer. She will be leaving us soon, but we do expect that you'll be here next year for our 4th annual conference. And I thank all of you for being here again and coming to the downtown campus, and our community members being part of our effort and our continuing effort to provide this window of opportunity for our students. Every year that we have this conference, we see more and more students on stage and more student involvement, and that's basically what this is all about. So thank all of you, and what a beautiful dream catcher. Thank you.
So for the next award, we would like please to bring up Dr. Suzanne Desjardins for her dedication and hard work to higher education, and especially to the ethnic, gender, and transborder studies. There is so much that Suzanne has, she's tireless. As a dean, she has brought so many disparate folks together to work hard because she's a role model of hard work, but also high intelligence, someone who knows the literature, knows the scholarship, respects and honors that tradition, and brings that to everything that she does. And she was vital in getting the concentration for ethnic, gender, and transborder studies, and is a tireless advocate. And for that, we are truly grateful.
It's very unexpected, and they know I hate this kind of thing. So we are all here because of you, and especially our students in the room. You are the reason why we all do what we do, and the collective hard work of everyone on the stage and behind me. It does take a village, and we are so lucky and blessed that when we talk to you, our students, you put everything in perspective, no matter what we might be struggling with in our own work lives or otherwise. You remind us why we're all here and why this work and these safe spaces are so vitally important. So thank you all for being here. You are the reason why we're here. Thank you.
Okay, the next award is also, the presence of the Order of the Zaguara Award for X, and this one goes to Dr. Lorraine Morales, President of the East Campus and Community Campus. Come on down. And we're very proud of Lorraine for her support and dedication to higher education.
So Lorraine has been also a valiant leader. It takes true leadership to be able to advance ethnic or gender or any one of those, right? Let alone all three. And Lorraine is placed high in the institution, and she is a valiant warrior on our behalf, on our behalf. And we're very thankful for that. So thank you, Lorraine.
Thank you very much. I am very humbled by this. One of the most important parts of my job that I consider as a president is to be a facilitator, and that is to walk in front of people and remove the obstacles and just push things out of the way to make it easier for people to do their jobs, to do them without having to think about all of the detail stuff. That is what I consider to be my job. And these individuals make it very easy because the message is critical, the message is necessary, and everyone is now recognizing the importance of this. So I am very humbled and I am very honored, and thank you so much for this.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you for your patience with the photos. Yeah. This was much better than last year or the year before where we took pictures after every speaker, so we kept it all for the end. So, Dolores. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Dolores is back with us. Okay, so
Oh,
Is it
yeah.
me?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And then I come back.
So those were our special recognitions, but we of course there's so many people to thank. Of course, Chancellor Lee Lambert, and I do not exaggerate when I say ethnic, gender, and transborder studies would not exist as a department without the support of Chancellor Lee Lambert. So thanks, big shout out to Lee. And Dr. Dolores Duran Cerda, our provost and executive vice chancellor, who is already a member of the Order of the Saguaras. And we can't say enough about all the amazing support that Dolores has provided to us and given. She's a true believer and a true warrior and someone who comes from the activist movimiento tradition. So she's de corazón. And Dr. David Doré, who's unfortunately not in the room, but again, an amazing person who supported this concept and us from day one. Day one. No questions. He was like, yeah, that's it. Do it. And then Dr. Lorraine Morales, thank you, and Dr. Yida Brimage, Dr. Suzanne Desjardins. And we thank you for your administrative leadership, hard work, your financial backing, right? Because you really know when they believe when they give you money. And your faith in ethnic, gender, and transborder studies, and the ability of faculty, staff, students, and community members to come together to uplift the students and the community through knowledge and education.
It is truly an honor to work with all of you. I was a faculty member here for 10 years and colleagues of Francisca and Rosalia, and I remember they were so tenacious and persistent about their programs, about their courses, and it's just truly inspiring. And now it's coming into fruition, and I'm so grateful and happy and honored to work with you. Thank you. So I have some more thank yous. We'd like to thank the staff that have worked on this event as well. Shana Chavez, who was recognized before, thank you. Gracie Romero, I don't think she's in the room right now. Lucy Schubert, is Lucy still here? Thank you, Lucy. Danielle Johnson, is she here? We thank her. We thank Andrew Catcher. Chris Rodriguez, there he is. Thank you, Chris. Juan Diarte, who's sitting next to him. Thank you, Juan. Mike Lopez, who I saw earlier. Yay, Mike. And Mike Rom, who's been at our side the whole time. Also, we'd like to thank Instructional Media, Instructional Technology Services, Facilities and Finance at the downtown campus, Media and Print Productions at the district office, which provided the publicity materials, and Video Services at Community Campus, which provided the video streaming and videotaping of today's summit as we speak right now. Yay. We also thank the faculty at Pima College in American Indian Studies, Anthropology, Art, Gender and Women's Studies, Global Studies, History, Literature, Mexican American Studies, Sociology, World Languages, and Writing. We also thank our close partners at the Department of Mexican American Studies at the University of Arizona, Dr. Ana Ochoa O'Leary, who was here earlier, department head, and doctoral student Gabriel Higuera, and the students of Collaborative Research and Action, otherwise known as CRIA. We give a special shout out to the students who volunteered today. About 30 of them I heard, right? Yes. Yeah, it's amazing. Many from classes in Mexican American Studies, Gender and Women's Studies, Anthropology, and Sociology at the downtown campus. So thank you, students. And we thank many other faculty, staff, student, and community volunteers who make ethnic, gender, and transborder studies and all the summit possible. Thank you all y mil gracias a todos. And we have let's give one more round of applause for our honorees, our sponsors, and many faculty, staff, and student volunteers who worked to make today possible. Here's to all of you who came and participated in the Ethnic, Gender, and Transborder Studies Summit. Without you, none of this would have been possible. So thank you. I'll be right back. Hold on. So before we do our toast, we would like to recognize the passing of two faculty members, longtime faculty members and legends at Pima College. They unfortunately passed away, and we feel their loss. It was Aristeo Brito and Nancy Wall, and I'd like to share a little bit about them in just a moment. I can get my glasses on. I had it at the top of my email, but it's... Well, I can tell you about Aristeo Brito, who was a longtime faculty member in the World Languages Department. We have a picture here of him. He taught for many years at the West Campus. He taught Spanish, and it's very interesting how our lives kind of came together. So he was a graduate student at the same time my mom was at the U of A. And so I heard stories about my mom that he would tell. And then later, he became a faculty member. And at the same time, I was a faculty member. So it was interesting that our lives came together at different points. So he's left a legacy of Chicano literature, the devil, I forgot the name of it. Lentejas, yes. And I remember studying that as a graduate student in the Spanish department. And he was such a kind person and joyous, and was a jokester too. And we really appreciated his energy, all of us at the college. So we will miss him greatly. And his widow, Cristina Beckman Brito, is a faculty member in writing here at this campus. So we feel for her and the loss that he is left, but his legacy continues in all his work and scholarship and his friendliness. The second person who passed away was Nancy Wall, and I believe she was in the writing department, faculty member for a long time, and she also left a legacy of books. She was a prolific writer and an inspiration to everybody. She was also a member of POAC, which was the Pima Coalition for Access. I think I got that a little wrong, but she will be remembered also as a longtime faculty member here. So let's keep them in our thoughts and our prayers, and remember the wonderful contributions that they made, not only to Pima, but the Tucson community. Okay, and so now we have the toast, and I think, Francisca, are you going to say the words of the toast?
The first toast is to our fallen comrades, to our colleagues who paved the way to where we are today. So, to Aristeo and Nancy. Salud. The next toast is to all of you for being here with us, for believing so deeply that you spend a whole day with us. And I am so impressed and thankful and grateful that you are walking on this journey with us and us with you, and that you allow us to be with you on this journey, that we're here together. It is a tremendous feeling. And salud.
Okay, so we have our closing ceremony portion. Before that, though, I'd like to thank all of the staff, faculty, and student volunteers organizing today's event. If you haven't had a chance yet, please take a moment after the ceremony to visit the exhibits, as well as talk to Dr. Valenzuela at her book signing, and university recruiters who might still be there with us. I saw the tables there. Also the PCC Foundation table. Now, I would like to introduce you to Lasha Tizer. Lasha is a community Dharma leader and has been studying, practicing, and teaching formal meditation techniques over 35 years. She began practicing more than 20 years ago and teaches weekly classes in mindfulness, meditation, a Buddhist book study group, and Buddhist teachings at Tucson Community Meditation Center and for Desert Insight Meditation. Lasha is a longtime student of the Japanese tea ceremony, Chado, and is co-author of the book Tea Here Now. Let's welcome Lasha.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me to offer this blessing at the end of your summit. I feel honored to be able to do it. I was here last year and also offered a blessing. I just want to say a little bit about it before I say it, and that is that this is about bringing loving friendliness into the world. And certainly with the kind of work that's being done here, the future of what it promises for all of us, the changes that it can make in the structure of our society, that friendliness and loving place from our heart is so important to keep in mind toward ourselves and toward other beings. So what I'm going to read you is 2,500 years old. It's called the Karanya Metta Sutta. That's the original language, the Pali language. That's an ancient language that it was written in. And it's called the Buddha's Words on Loving Kindness. This is what should be done by one who is skilled in goodness and who knows the path of peace. Let them be able and upright, straightforward and gentle in speech, humble and not conceited, contented and easily satisfied, unburdened with duties and frugal in their ways, peaceful and calm, wise and skillful, not proud or demanding in nature. Let them not do the slightest thing that the wise would later reprove. Wishing in gladness and in safety, may all beings be at ease. Whatever living beings there may be, whether they are weak or strong, omitting none, the great or the mighty, medium, short, or small, the seen and the unseen, those living near and far away, those born and to be born, may all beings be at ease. Let none deceive another or despise any being in any state. Let none through anger or ill will wish harm upon another. Even as a mother protects with her life her child, her only child, so with a boundless heart should one cherish all living beings, radiating kindness over the entire world, spreading upward toward the skies and downward to the depths, outward and unbounded, freed from hatred and ill will. Whether standing or walking, seated or lying down, free from drowsiness, one should sustain this recollection. This is said to be the sublime abiding. By not holding to fixed views, the pure-hearted one, having clarity of vision, being freed from all sense desires, is free to move again in this world. Thank you. Bless you all. And may this conference continue.